Hello and welcome to Big 20, number 18, Race Day. I'm Lack Attack, and with me is Mr. Apollo.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is for everyone. Um, I'm excited. Thank you for the little quick intro. And yeah, we are about 90, maybe a little bit less than 90 minutes away from our big 20 number 18 race. And I've had a really good time, watching the preparation, the practice. Black, what about you? Not participating in this one, kind of helping a little bit more behind the scenes. How have you enjoyed the past 4 weeks?
It's been really cool. Like I've really enjoyed seeing a bunch of different people, like new people joining and learning the games. And these are none of these games had been in the Big 20 except for one, but that was a long time ago. And just seeing the new strats that have come up that have developed for each of these games. Like we came up with the list, as a team, and we had one expectation going in of how long it was going to be. But new strats were developed for nearly every single game that made this list it's going to be one of the shorter Big 20s that we've ever had. And so I that's been exciting to me. There's been world records in a number of games in this list that we'll talk about as we kind of go over it.
Yeah, I think a real cool thing that I've enjoyed seeing is just the different types of games, and like you said, that there's been so much chatter in like the channels and Discord and on streams about the games, and so many of the things happening are being discovered by different people too, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, it's been a huge group effort, and people get to shine in different ways. Some people play the games to get fast time. Other people find things to help people get the fast times. So it's been pretty exciting.
Yeah, and I guess since we're talking about the games, talking about the goals, should we? I guess we can spend a little bit of time, and let's just kind of like go through what each game is, and let's see what everyone in chat is excited about seeing. Maybe what some of the runners are scared of playing, some of the things that could happen that could cause some. No one wants a disaster, but cause some lead changes and stuff like that.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna show a clip from each game, and we'll talk about the game as we kind of go through. So first up on the list is Life Force score 50,000 points.
Yeah, so Life Force was one. So basically the 50,000, as you see on the screen on the clip, it's the high score. And so, there's a lot of high score goals out there. And so this was one where I think it's been cool because going into this, we knew there was like, 5K point bonuses kind of hidden where you can't see them. So we're like, oh, this will be cool to kind of route out to get these points. Little did we know that people would start finding points from all over the place.
Yeah, it really broke this game just in terms of getting points. So like one thing to look out for is that you can get double, even triple. I think you can get 4 times the score, like for killing an enemy. And so you do that with using the options, the extra ships. And so if you can you can kind of get the hitboxes in a way, you can even get 5 times. Okay. So like this is nuts. Like, oh, we think that you're going to have to play into level 2 to get 50,000 points, but that's not the case. People found new tech in order to get more points quickly. And it seems to be finicky. Like what I've seen is people like can do it, but it's not 100%. So this, if you get the extra points on the boss, which is 10,000 points, you can get you can finish the goal on the first boss and you don't have to go into the second level, which is a huge time save. So right out of the gate, we're going to probably see people pull ahead a ton out of game one based on like one trick. So something to watch for early. This would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it is, and it's nice. It's nice too. What's really funny is just, I mean, I guess it's like this with any game, but as it starts, like everyone's kind of tied going in. It is an auto scorer, so it's like, oh, everyone's going to be tied for the 3 minutes. No, that's not how it's going to work. We're going to get some interesting, like Lax said, point multipliers, and someone's going to go for some all the hidden points. So
Yeah, and you have to get really close to enemies to do this tech. So one risk is that you can die, right? And you lose your power-ups, but you can kind of save your options. So that's something to look out for too.
yeah,
Cool.
and so it'll be a fun one to see, and a fun little game one, but it'll lead us into a game that's slightly different, one that I was super excited to see on this list, which is a Tecmo Super Bowl. So Tecmo Super Bowl, the category that we chose for this, the goal we chose for this was to score 25 points. And there's a few different reasons, like the amount of points we were deciding on, a few different reasons. We thought this was a good, there's a couple different strategies you can do based on touchdowns and safeties and stuff like that to get to the score. And hopefully, because the list came out right before the Super Bowl, the winning score of the Super Bowl was 25. So if anyone wants some lottery numbers, just ask us.
Yeah, just ask the staff. That was completely planned. Yeah, this is a game I've wanted to get in for a while. I'm a big sports guy. One thing I've noticed, a lot of gamers, not huge sports fans, especially American football. So there was a survey done by Prizzy before or yesterday that finalized yesterday. And 14 people said this was the worst game in the list. And I said, it's probably because there's 14, or we'll say 13 European runners and Overswarm. So that's okay. You can hate on the sports, but these are pretty fun speed games, especially like not because football has a timer. So, some of the categories are just winning a game, which means running out the clock in creative ways. But we figured that this one would just be to get to 25 points, which you could do several ways. And you see there, like in the clip, safety is worth 2 points. So if you want to get brushed up, the scoring in games, scoring a touchdown, which is taking the ball in the end zone, 6 points. Kicking a field goal is 3 points. After you score a touchdown, you kick the same field goal, but it's only worth 1 point. And there's a safety, which is tackling the opposing player in their own end zone, which is 2 points. So if you don't understand that, Google's your friend. Go look something up. But that's kind of what that's kind of how the scoring goes. So people optimally will be going for 3 touchdowns and extra points, which are worth 21 points total, and 2 safeties, which is worth 2 points apiece for 4 points to get you to the 25 points. So that was, the 7-2-7-2-7. That was on purpose. We originally had score 20 points, but everyone was just going to kick or get 3 touchdowns. So with 25, you have options to do this. So we'd kind of put a little thought into how that goes. So there's several ways to be able to do that. Why don't you talk about those, Apollo, on how to get, like, what are people's strategies? Like, what's one thing that they can do? They could do something ahead of time, right? They can change something.
Yeah, so one thing that you can do in this game, and there was so much knowledge from like the community of being able to know like what plays do what, and like what you can switch in the background. So there's like crazy things that affect the speed of characters. Like for example, someone brought up recently that like, oh, everyone knows Bo Jackson's great. Just have him be the one that returns the kicks. Then he'll just like run it through everyone. But then it's like, oh wait, actually, sometimes the kick returner is their speed is determined by a linebacker setup. And so there's like weird things you can do where you can change the players on the teams in the actual playbook. So we said, you know what? We're gonna let all of you do whatever you want. Go crazy, change the teams, change players, set up whoever you want to play as, set up whoever you want to play against. And that will allow you to decide, hey, if you're really confident you can get some safeties, you know, instead of going for an onside kick to get the early 7 points, you know what? Maybe you can kick it deep, make sure they get the safety, because you can immediately just run through and tackle them in one play because you know exactly what they're going to do and they're not going to be able to stop you.
Yeah, just maximizing possessions for yourself and the safety. If you get a safety, you get 2 points, and you also get the ball back. So you can basically they get one play and you get to go again. So that ends up being the fastest. So a lot of randomness in this game, just with plays. You can there's a 1 out of 8 chance that the other team picks your play. Some consistency has come into has developed over time. So we'll see what people come up with.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And and bonus, if you pick the Packers, you're going to get a bonus point from me. So, just saying.
If you pick the
Just
Steelers, you probably won't do well. So, all right,
um
let's move
uh,
on.
yeah, we'll move on.
All right.
So, our you gotta have a puzzle game. There's got to be puzzle games in a big 20. And so we've had Tetris in the past, but this is Tetris 2, a little bit different. It's kind of like it's there's some Dr. Mario flavor in this, but what makes it really interesting is you're not just lining up three of the same color to get rid of those blocks. If you notice, even in the clip, there's like those flashing blocks, and if you hit those, it will clear the entire color. And so what you'll see is a lot of runners who are going to try to go as fast as possible to try and get those specific blocks. But they could be blocked from other spaces, so it might be a little more difficult than one would want.
Yeah, this is a really interesting take on Tetris. I played this game growing up, so this was a cool addition. A lot of randomness in the board layout, but you can usually kind of work your way through. And this thing introduced like broken pieces, so you can kind of maneuver single block pieces down through the maze of other blocks to get down to um, into the flashing blocks, which will be people's primary focus. So yeah, this is another game that can swing. So we have 3 games that can really swing up or down for runners.
Yeah,
So
there's gonna
ten
like
rounds.
there's yeah, it is 10 rounds. And yeah, it's hard. There's like no way to predict. Once these 3 games are done, there's like no way to predict who's going to be first, second, third, fifth, 20th, 50th, 1,000th.
Yeah.
So it'll be fun to see.
Yeah, so we're trying to make it more interesting from the viewer's perspective. I don't know if the runners appreciated this much, but don't worry, we're getting into more deterministic runs. Starting with the next game, which Paulo, you know anything about this game?
I know a little bit about this game, and again, I'm gonna state it just real quick that like just I didn't necessarily nominate this one, but I definitely didn't say no.
Yeah, you were
Pizza
you
Pop.
were welcoming.
I
Yeah,
was very welcoming.
yeah. This is a
Um,
Famicom game, so not an NES game, but a Famicom game. I actually thought this was a homebrew game when I saw it the first time because like it seemed like an odd title. But no, it's an actual Famicom release.
yeah, it's a fun game. It's one I've always recommended to like. I think it's a really good like beginner speed run because there's no RNG basically in the entire thing. And so while it is a little tough, and that one thing we'll see is like deaths are actually punishing because the checkpoints are basically just the beginning of the level. Um, Once you kind of learn the game itself, nothing really changes. And if you just, follow the steps that you plan to take, you can get on through. But the one really interesting thing about this game, and a lot of our runners have practiced it a lot, is the very last boss has a quick kill that's very tight, but it saves. It's about 20 seconds, which is a very big deal, and not many of our runners are going to get it. But if someone gets it, they're gonna pop off, and I'm gonna pop off. So it'll be uh it'll be good to see. But yeah, we got a nice little platformer. And as you see, like with these games, we have the shoot 'em up, a sports game, a puzzle game, platformer, and then we get into a little bit more. of a wow, I missed the chance to say that. I'd be pizza popping off. I
Oh
screwed up.
man, it's all right.
I screwed up.
I
Chat is
think we
the
got it
worst.
though.
Yeah, chat's more intelligent than me. But yeah, our next game, Battletoads and Double Dragon. Another one I'm glad is finally in a Big 20. So I think what we'll see with this, so it's beat stage 3-3. And so you get to go through and go through 3 bosses. This first stage here, so you can choose either a double dragon or a battle toad. And so the most runners I think are taking either Bimmy or Jimmy. They're a little bit faster, and you're going to see a lot of like dash kicks and stuff like that. But what you'll see is, first you can take out some enemies pretty quickly with these dash kicks. You're gonna get some Battletoad's thumb, with your double tapping and stuff. But the first stage is pretty straightforward. The second stage picks it up a bit. Some of the enemies are a little bit harder to kill quickly. And then you get to the turbo tunnel. Typical turbo tunnel, it's definitely harder than the OG Battletoads. I think everyone agrees. Maybe kidding. And then stage 3 is where it gets really tough, and there's some cool little tricks to make it go faster, especially with some of the gaps you can death abuse. And then that final boss, the final boss to me is the scariest part, because you could just lose so many lives, and a lot of our runners are going to be using some of their hearts to kind of skip through sections with some death warps. So it'll be interesting to see. And like I said, I'm glad this game is finally on the list. Got some cool music, some cool gameplay.
Yeah, this is one that we wanted. We found it like after we made the list for the last for 16. Like, oh man, this one's in next time, and it's been a cool addition. So as one I've seen people practice a ton. One of the most practiced games. Cool. Next up,
Yeah. Yeah. So I knew Pizza Pot. Do you know anything about this one, Lack?
I've played this game a couple times, just because of the Big 20. So I don't know why it's like this. Yeah, so this is Millipede. Oh yeah, this is the one that's just a VOD. I was like,
Oh
why
yeah.
is it cut off? Okay, well, there's nothing really to see at the top, but basically, this is an arcade port from for Millipede, and so the goal here is 10 rounds, which is an extremely short speed run. It can get away from you like as you're doing it because there is some randomness with how certain enemies fall, and that can kind of change the layout of your board. So the mushrooms that you see, the yellow things, they are mushrooms. They can be in different spots, and you have to shoot those to be able to shoot past them to clear the millipedes. Once you clear the millipedes, and then there's some other enemies on screen that fall, like I think they're like dragonflies, like that diagonal one that's going down, the zigzag one. Once all of those are cleared, you move to the next round. And so there's a couple other strategies that you'll see on rounds 4 and 8. Those are bonus rounds. If you die on the bonus round, you go to the next level immediately. So there's a little strategy there to do that efficiently. Because if you die too early, or if you die when one of the other enemies is on the screen, you won't advance and you'll have to redo a level. So the speedrun uses 2 death warps or 2 death abuses to kind of speed it up, but you only get 3 extra lives. So if you die there, you run the risk of game overing, and you do have to start over if you game over. So luckily it's a short run. World record improved a few times from 55 seconds to 44 seconds. So very short. So if you have to start over, not the end of the world. I think that's enough for Millipede. The speed run's only 40 seconds. Let's move on. On to a very cool game. Space Skulls 1.0, right? Bobble.
Yeah. So Bobble is homebrew game, one that I've seen around a lot. It's a very very cool game, very cool design where you're it's very physics based, where you're collecting things that you're going to dive deeper. When you dive deeper, of course the bubble's going to kind of shoot up and jump out of the water higher. um, Also a very dangerous game too, to go fast, because as you see, there's going to be some bells, and so those bells are your checkpoints. And so like if you do pop your bubble, it's going to go back to the last bell you hit. But because of that, you can skip some, try to get to a certain checkpoint or an item pickup, and then purposely die in order to go to a way back bell. As you
Yeah,
can
it's this
imagine,
right here.
that's
Yeah.
spooky. Yeah.
And you got
That
a couple really tight jumps to get past that bell. It does save a lot of time. You see this runner is going back up, but you go there or you go back to where the bubble just was. So we'll see it. Hopefully everybody hits that, but I'm guessing one person's going to miss it at least that goes for it.
yeah, it's definitely going to happen, but
Yeah,
that's
non-trivial
up.
time save.
Yeah,
So
it the runner can decide if it's worth or not.
that's right. Cool.
But
All
yeah,
right.
that should be a fairly quick game. And then we move on to, so Bobbles, that's a full game, and then we move on to another partial goal, which is Cowboy Kid. And so Cowboy Kid is beating 3 bosses. And so there's like a super quick tutorial stage, and then you're gonna take out the chief, you're taking out Slash Joe, and you're taking out Keith, the Hawk Master or Eagle Master. Um, and so each stage is a little bit of like a maze. So you definitely gotta. It's tough on a first playthrough if you don't know where to go. But once you kind of learn the stage, learn where to go, there's some backtracking. It does get pretty quick, and I think just the big difference is on some of the bosses. You could choose to use the rifle, which you're going to collect. Almost every runner is going to go collect that in the first stage. So you can use the rifle, or you can use the dagger, and you can swap back and forth. There's some safety items you can get along the way. Get a hat to protect you against birds. Get a bulletproof vest or some meat to take some more damage. But other than that, it's fairly safe. Other than the toughest platforming part is like in the first stage. There's the Frogger part. The cowboy Frogger part
Yeah,
is a little spooky.
I'm really happy that this streamer cosplayed for this run. Like, this is a newer runner, I think. So, just really getting into the spirit of Cowboy Kid here.
Yeah, definitely. Very welcoming for the Big 20. Clearly a first time. Cowboy Kid playthrough, has never played Cowboy Kid before. So
Yeah, perfect clip. Fun game, fun game. It's really good music and actually a really expensive cart
oh,
to pick
really
up. Yeah,
interesting.
I think it's definitely over $100. It's one of the later NES titles, I think. So
Okay, interesting. Well, if anyone appreciates what the Big 20 does, my address is
yeah,
uh,
1, 2, 3.
yeah. Also, another game that had on SRC, the run was broken in this one too by KLM. So
Big
very cool.
20, Big 20, furthering the NES journey, speedrun journey. All right,
Yeah, that's
next we've got
heck
another
me.
Famicom game. This was actually released on the NES or an NES version, but this one is way different. This is Rampart, or it looks like Loops and SimCity or something like together. Let's talk about this one for a minute.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this one's a fun one. So at its core, it's kind of like a cool little like tower defense sort of game. And so you in between each level, you're shooting some enemies, and then you could build the walls to your castle, which is really cool. Where things really become interesting is you need a set amount of points to kind of complete each stage, and you get them by having like mostly a bigger castle. So what does that mean? Oh, let's try to build as big of a castle as possible. But you only have 30 seconds, and if your castle walls are not joined by the end of that 30 seconds, it's a game over. So it's a game of, how greedy do you want to be? And that'll be fun to see.
Yeah, I've seen people risk it and then like play like a bug will get in the way of your last piece and then you're not able to complete your thing and you get a game over And so I think you have to start like the level over again. I think you're able to continue. So yeah, it's basically you do it at the last second, and you have to get a certain threshold of points. They are the clear points, and you have to do that for 2 rounds. And so you can get a 2 cycle on the second round, which is difficult. But a lot of people will be getting three cycles. So pretty fun game. It's been cool to watch and watch people make strategies for this one too.
Yeah, it's definitely one that I mean, there's a lot of games I want to kind of play more once this is all said and done, but yeah, I kind of want to try some of the harder difficulties of this too, just to see.
Yeah, just to
And
test it out.
yeah, and I hope others do too. But yeah, that's game number 9, and then we move to the 10th game, the completing the first half of the race. A game. Has anyone ever heard Mega Man? Mega Man. So finally, Mega Man 4
Ouais,
in the
Young
Big
and
20.
Indiana Jones, il me fait peur un peu. J'ai pas
5
encore
bosses
joué,
is the
là. Ben, j'ai joué,
is
j'ai
the
testé,
goal.
mais j'ai pas encore fait.
I think like
Pour la run, j'ai pas
boss
fini,
order
fait
is
que-
going to be pretty standard for a lot of our
On verra ce que
runners,
ça va
but
donner.
you know there's some tough fights, and I know like Brightman was giving a lot of trouble to some runners. When I did this for like the mini race stuff, I did Toad first because he kind of just does the Macarena and lets you kill him. But you know, we'll see what the runners do.
Yeah, it's about time that this one got in. It is a really cool game. Uh, not a whole lot of new things found. Like every game had new strats developed. This one really didn't. I think maybe boss order is probably, or robot master order is maybe something that changed just for this event. But I don't know if strategies really developed for this one like they did other games. I had fun playing this casually. Speed's much different with the you use Bright a lot. You get Charge, you got Slide. It's fun to watch good players of this play it because it's just much different than watching me play it.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, you're great. You're great. But there's others that
Not
are
at this.
greater,
not this game.
So
Once they introduced the Slide to Mega Man, I was out. If Slide and Charge is two things, it's just too much. Mega Man 2 is
that's a
much
lot.
much more safer
Yeah,
for me.
it's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of things to
It is.
remember. A lot of buttons to push.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I also don't have enough time to watch this health bar refill for the boss. Like, I can like go get a coffee here, come back, you know. So
But
it's all right.
but yeah,
Good game. Good game.
yeah, it is a good game, and like we were talking about, Prissy had a Big 20 awards, and this got a lot of votes. You know, maybe rigged, maybe Prissy's viewers and friends rigged it a little bit, but you know, very fun game. And I guess chat, we're halfway through reviewing these. What do we think about these first 10? What's gonna be the game that is scariest for the runners in these top 10? What do we think? What do we think? I think I'm trying to look. I don't know. I'm still ready to pizza pop off. I'm gonna pretend I came up with that myself. So Rampart, Millipede, Life Force. I like the fact that every chat message right now is different.
It's different
That's very
games.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Tetris 2 is really going to be interesting to see how people handle poor formations. Like some people just reset and try to get a new formation, which is allowed. You're allowed to reset and go back to the level you were on. But that takes time. So, you know, what are the strategies that are going to be used in real time in this puzzle game? So I'm looking forward to Tetris 2 and how that kind of plays out. So
yeah. And before we move on, I do just want to say so we do have the race room set up. If anyone is listening right now that wants to join, jump in our Discord. The link is there to join the race room, and we currently have, it looks like, 43 entrants, and we still have an hour till race time. So great start so far. Get your butts in that race room. Get ready to go. You know, always obviously too, just in case you have any issue getting in, just let us know. We're kind of watching chat and stuff. So, but yeah, I guess we can move on to the second half of the list.
yeah, so after the 10th game, runners will be forced to take a 3-minute break before beginning the next game. Every game has a 30-second break between it to just give time to get yourself ready to do the next game. Either just start it up or put in a pass or like get the game started and get to the start timing. But Faxanadu, this category is really interesting because you can actually enter a password of your choosing, as long as it meets the criteria. And so you get 3 minutes to enter this password. It's like, I don't know, 20 characters long or something. And this is another game that this category is on SRC. It's called the Aeolus password. And I'm guessing that's the first town that you start in, like your home base. And you can change the password to give yourself any equipment and anything to get to the final boss. So like you're basically beating the game from a save password that starts you in the original town. And so this is about the world record is 7:30. That was it was a new world record by is it Bogle Dowdy? Is that the name?
Yeah.
I think it's something like that. Sorry if I butchered that. But yeah, so it's a really cool run. It had some creativity. Another thing where you're allowed to you had a little freedom, like Tecmo Super Bowl, to kind of pick and choose what you wanted to do. So pretty cool category. And this is a game that I had never really played. So it's been fun to watch kind of the end game kind of rush of the final boss.
Yeah, it's a fun way that we finally got this game in the race, and I'm glad people were able to be creative in solving the best way to get through this goal. And so yeah, it's a good way to start off the second half of the list, and let's talk about the next game.
MVP.
Everyone loves. Daydreamin' Davy. Goal here is to beat Cerberus. And so like I'll admit, you look at this game, and it seems a little weird, but just wait till you play. Cause then it's still weird. But it's a fun game though, and this is another one that's had a world record broken during the practice time. Some cool strats found, some good like despawns. There's ways to kind of save a ton of time in the first stage by being able to skip some of the old route. But it'll be a good one to see because it could still be a little dangerous. And with like that first boss quick kill, you could get things stolen if you aren't, going through that first level correctly. Like there is some danger. But this was one that was, interesting to see. And I feel like people have seen this game and now this was the chance to actually play it. And yeah, so once we get through, there's basically a few stages. You take out the Western, you go to the River Styx, and then you take out Cerberus, and then you got to move on to game number 13, which is one that we've broken. We've definitely broken this game. And so this was a game that didn't have a board before the Big 20 came out, this list. We're like 50 points. That sounds good. And you know what? Because no one knows anything about this game, choose any team, choose any opponent, choose any stage. What could go wrong? Yeah. Little did we know that 3 days later, the world record time by Soraya was going to be 8 seconds. So there's been a slight change in which we're using the standard stage, but you get to choose still who you get to use and who you get to go against. And that changes like the kind of the special moves and stuff people use to score.
Yeah, there's a whole series of games like with this style. Basically, if you recognize either the River City Ransom or Nintendo World Cup or Super Dodgeball players, like they made a whole series of games. So yeah, this was one that didn't even have a leaderboard when we picked it. So pretty cool that this kind of took off. And we had like a resident expert when we released the game, and I believe that's what's the name? Seru.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty cool to watch this game kind of evolve. And we had to ban a stage because you could win in under 10 seconds. But we thought that was for the best. At least have a little skill, right?
Yeah. And there's still like, you can still finish this fairly quickly. Like you can get, because of 3 hoops on each side, you could still get, if you hit all 3 on the same shot, that's still 10 points. So if you get that 5 times, you're moving on to the next game. The next game, big game, long game, a game that people I think had a tough time at the start, and some are still having a little bit of a tough time. Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. Honestly, subjectively, this is probably my favorite game in this list, and I love watching people play it and watching and actually playing it was really fun too, and like learning how to get through the stages. Um, I would say like the one gimmick for this game that's interesting is that your weapons are also like your health. So like you start with a whip usually, and if you get hit once, you lose the whip and have to punch, and then you only have one hit till you die. But if you grab like another weapon, all of a sudden like that's your HP, and then if you grab a hat or a gas mask, all of a sudden you have 3 HP. And so we're going to be seeing some runners like maybe get some safety hats, some safety gas masks to make sure they keep their weapon, their gun, their rock, their grenade, so they don't lose it. Other times we're going to get that extra health so we can do some damage boosts. And so there's been a lot of strats kind of found for this. There's a lot of safeties, quick kills on bosses. This is going to be a fun one to see like what happens on race day.
Yeah, you found a safety too.
Yeah, I think it was one of those things that was needed.
Or wait, no, Blunt Bunny found it. Or I think he found it, like the infinite one up thing, or did you find there's a couple.
2,
okay, so you did find
and then
one.
in stage 3 there is also you can farm lives, which still there's not unlimited
infinite,
continues, but it's helpful. It gives you a little maybe a false sense of security.
Yeah, definitely a game that can spiral if you keep making the same mistake, just because of how quickly you can die. And also getting hit makes you weaker, which is an interesting mechanic that I don't see too often in games. Yeah. It's like losing your ranged weapon if you get hit once. So
yep.
Cool game though.
Pretty cool. Yeah,
glad it got in. We almost had this at the end, but we figured fighting a disco ball wasn't a very exciting final boss, so we moved it here.
Yeah, I think it worked out.
It worked out.
Get it out of the way, because like the next game I'm sure will be super short, right? Like there's nothing scary about the next game, right? Not like a ginormous Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yeah,
another like very fun game. I think you really enjoyed practicing this one a little bit.
Yeah, I'd done a blind playthrough like a couple weeks before we started picking games, and I was like, this game needs to be in. It's super good music, cool mechanics, and a lot of optimization. So like you can really put the time in to get good at this game. You see him hot. You see this is Lynn Carius, who has the world record and also set new world record during Big 20 time, and he's extremely good at this game. Very high skill cap in this game. So that's fun to see. And this is just like the movie where, Dr. Grant goes around with a bazooka and blows up the dinosaurs. So
yeah.
So it's pretty good movie adaptation to a video game.
Yeah, life finds a way. It really does.
It sure does. And so we're going to find our way over to another. We haven't actually have another longer break here because there's another password. And this is for a puzzle game that finally got in. Adventures of Lolo 3. Beat level 6.
Yes. And so with level 6, what you'll see is you kind of see it on the screen that the basic enemy you're going against are these Rockies. And what I found really
so
cool,
annoying.
Yeah, they are annoying, but I think a lot of enemies in this game like you lose the stage and have to start over because like something kills you. In this one, you can actually like if you make a mistake, you can kind of like save it at different times. And so our runners have kind of learned how to use the Rockies a little bit and see how they act. While still dangerous, you can still kind of get soft locked and have to reset the stage. It's fun to kind of like figure out what they're going to do and how you can use them to help you get through the stage. And so, if everything goes perfect, this will be pretty quick. But things don't always go perfect. So we'll see if there's any improv to be done or if some stages are going to have to be restarted over and over and over.
Yeah, you can actually play as Lala in this too. It costs like 1 second to switch, so we'll see if anybody switches.
We'll see. That's some swag strats.
Yeah, I respect Lala players.
Yeah,
at least you get a choice. Okay, now we get to the only game that has already been in a Big 20. So it's not quite Metroid level yet, but we're getting there. This was another favorite of mine. This is Battle Kid: Fortress of Peril. and this is notoriously difficult. But with we used a new version that Civat Games graciously allowed us to use. And he said, use this one. It adds a little quality of life stuff, like it marks the save point doors. It actually added HP in the difficulty that we're allowing, which is normal mode. And so new strategies have actually been developed for this. Like the original, it's one hit KO. Like you got hit by anything, you're dead. In this one, you have 3 HP, and so you can take some damage boosts, which allow you to go faster in certain rooms. So it's a safety, but it's also like health as a resource that you can use to kind of go faster in certain spots. It's not much time, but it's a couple seconds here and there that you can save time. Also makes the boss a little more palatable for our probably the mid-tier, low-tier Battle Kid runners. So it seemed to be positive reception. We were really worried about this game, but people seem to enjoy it. So if you haven't played this, you can go to Itch.io, and this game is on there. You can get it for $10. Support the creator. There's also a Battle Kid 2. So the game is really, really solid NES game. So I'd check it out if you get a chance.
Yeah, it's a super fun one. So definitely check it out with from Celeb Civat Games. So
yep.
Yeah, once Owl Boss is gone and you get that key, what's a race without a racing game? And so
Absolutely.
we have RC Pro Am to get 80 points. You could use, our racers are allowed to use you can put your name in as NES to start. Gives you a little extra money. You can get something at the very beginning before your first race. You can buy something. But what we're going to see a lot is that if you come in first place, you get 10 points. Win 8 races, boom, 80 points, you're done. That's ideal. But if you don't, then after the 8th race, there's a little tug of war bonus game, which you can clear pretty quickly. I think if you win it, you get like 4 points. If you lose it, you get 2. So like if you came in second like once or twice, you could still kind of get through. But we will definitely see some stage 9s and maybe after if someone doesn't get all those first place, those 80 points before the next set of races. So that'll be interesting to see who that happens to. And I think the other big thing is just, know the courses, hit the boosts. The opponents don't cheat in this game. There's no rubber banding, but just in case there is, maybe pick up some nitros along the way on the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot. This is a really optimized game too. The run isn't on SRC. It's by K2, and like all tracks, which is 36, I believe, has got like 32 minutes or something, like or 31 minutes, which is ridiculous. Darkwing Duck also a really big runner of this game too. So this is one of my favorite NES games. Like I remember playing this back in the day, like on emulator. I was like RC Pro Am 2. Like, and it was 4-player, and there was a lot more options, and there was a shop and stuff. So this is a cool game. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, very, very fun game, and it's fun to play, fun to watch, as are a lot of these games. And one I definitely would want to play. I want to play through the whole thing. So
yeah, good luck. They power up really fast.
Yeah,
we thought of I thought of a couple other goals, like make your get the next level car. But that's got a lot of RNG with it, with what letters you get, or
yep.
So we thought this was a pretty happy medium of, finish the 8 race. If you win all 8 races, you're done. Then there's a little fallback. You don't have to do an extra race, just a mini game. And then if you don't finish first on a lot of them, then you do have to do more races. So very cool game. Another excellent NES game with a 4 in it. Not 4-player, but there is a 4 involved.
There is a 4 involved, and we got some late race RPG action. Dragon Warrior 4, Chapter 2. So we're defeating Chameleon Humanoid. And this was one that was really interesting because I think going into the race and like testing and putting this in, there was like a path that people were taking, but there's been reading through that Discord channel for this. you need to like take a day off from work to be able to get it through it all. There's been so much discovery and testing and trials and just super fun community action trying to figure out like all the different ways to get through this race.
Yeah, there was a lot of resources for this. Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest community is really thorough and very helpful. And so the world record for the full game, this goal was about 12 to 13 minutes. That's what we were told on average. But when you just get to stop after this fight, which is the first the first boss fight, you can change your strategy. So you don't have to level up as much. You may not have to get certain items. So it has been grinded down to like bare bones stuff of what you have to do. And then I believe there's a certain percentage chance that you can win. It's like it's been mathed out. So we'll see who, like the original or the full speed run goes into this fight at levels 4, 4, and 3. But we're going to see some people go in at levels 3, a character already dead before you go into the boss fight, and then level 3. So like it's a 3x3 is what they're going to call it. So you want to talk about risky? It's like, yeah, we're going to the boss. We're just going to leave one of our characters as a ghost, which is pretty funny. So
yeah, it is very funny. It's a little sad too, but you know, you do what you got to do to go home with the trophy.
Well, Chris should have been more valuable. We'll just say
True.
Yeah. So this will like people can be riskier. Like if someone's ahead of someone else by a couple minutes, maybe they play this goal safer. But it's not like this goal is dangerous, can be dangerous. The next goal, which is our final goal, could be extremely dangerous.
Yeah. So this is an exciting finish. Friday the 13th beat the game. So this is race edition. What race edition means is that in the normal game, normal cart, there's so many different seeds, so many different ways, counselors can spawn and Jason acts, all that kind of stuff. This sets the seed. So if you execute perfectly, you'll know what's going to happen. Notice I said the words execute perfectly. Don't make a mistake. If you do make a mistake, know your backups and your backups to your backups and your backups to your backups. Because depending on what happens, there are different ways you could chase down Jason. Depending on how you even kill Jason, the next Jason fight is going to be completely different. And so I hope people have either done some good memorization or you have a notepad or a whiteboard just like taped to your wall, because you're going to want to reference that as you go through. So this could be a super short game, but if something goes wrong, we could be seeing resets from runners on game number 20 halfway through the game. So it'll be very fun to see.
Yeah, fun for us.
Yeah, fun.
That's got to be super stressful to do that though. Yeah, this game is really cool. I'm glad to get this one in as well. Really good soundtrack. Playing the game casually is on the cartridge can be pretty frustrating because like, it's really not evident at what you have to do. This goal with the race edition allowed it to be in a race setting. So we hope to see some fireworks late. Like we're not cheering for people to lose, but at least have something exciting happen. Maybe affect placement. So the last couple games here can really change the placement. So we have the first and the last are going to be ones that are kind of going to determine that. So very exciting to see.
Yeah. And then it's a great sprint to end, and that's 20 games. This is our big 20, number 18. Awesome list. I hope everyone has had fun watching the practice, playing in practice, and this is going to be a really good race to see. So,
yep. And then one last thing we wanted to show were the best times that people got during the practice session. So we have a spreadsheet that kind of coordinates all of this, and people enter their times. So this is the list of all of the goals, and you can see on the right who had the best times in each of the goals. So a lot of them were grinded down. You see Prizzy spend a lot of time playing these games. He's like, I think he's in the top 4 in every game except Life Force, and he's only 2 seconds behind first place in Life Force. very impressive stuff by Prizzy. But we've got other people's names peppered throughout here, which is super cool. So a pretty wide range of stuff.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that, you know, they're just being able to get through all 20 of these games is an accomplishment. And we have a ton of runners on the time tracker, even those that weren't able to participate today. They've done research, they've chatted, they've played the games, they've showed strats, which is really cool, or done runs that, you know, they're not going to be in the big 20, but they're just going to do runs of these games. We have some like newcomers too that have never been in a big 20. We have some names that are super familiar, that we've seen before, and I think there's going to be a large clumping of times, and so finish after finish is going to be really interesting. And yeah, as you see, 2 hours 14 minutes is the sum of best. But I'm going to say this right now: this race will not be an example of sum of best. There's so much RNG and like small mistakes costing large amounts of time that it will be interesting to see what that final time is. I don't think it's going to be 2:14 though. We will see.
Yeah. Very excited to see how this goes. So we had thoughts of how it would go, and it didn't always happen that way when people were practicing. So very excited to see. We're only 36 minutes out, I think. So if you're not in the race and you're planning on participating, please get in the race. Go live. We're going to try to get everybody in on the restream that we can. Please be patient with us. We've got some cool surprises with the layout. So a little more information for you viewers at home. So we worked hard on it. Big team effort. Would love to thank the rest of the staff and our commentators for all their tireless efforts. We put a lot of work into this, and we hope you appreciate it. So yeah, we're going to leave you here with some music. But first, we've got a clip show that we're going to show.
$1K+1? Yeah, I saw it. 5K! What? What? Instant.
Even if you don't get it, not a big deal. Bob Nelson, you know what I mean? You got Bob Nelson, so you just take Bob Nelson here, and then you go boom, Bob Nelson. You know what I mean? 3rd and 22, boom, Bob Nelson. Bob Nelson. So there, you got, now they're putting the ball, and you're about to score.
No, what? What? Wow. What? What? Okay, that's a new one.
You saw that, right? It went before I landed on it. That is not supposed to happen. Somebody should clip that, because that looked very wrong.
Что такое может быть, прикинь? О! О! Oh, man.
Alright, yeah, that one wasn't very difficult. Alright, I'm starting to get this now. Wait, what just happened? Did it restart me? For this? Did it restart me?
Excuse me?
What? How did I manage to do that? Can someone clip that? What the? I just clicked to the fucking floor at the end of that section.
Oh great, I dunked in their basket, and then they immediately got it while I was trying. Hey, Ursats, thank you so much for the luck. That is what Kunio is. I think we're soft locked. That, oh my god. Oh my god. After all of that, it missed.
Keep going, keep going. Yeah, you got this. Go! Wait, I'm here. Oh. What? What am I doing? Okay. I gotta get the ball back. Oh, I have the ball. No, I don't. Oh, oh, it is. It is victory. You're not gonna catch me.
It froze again, dude.
Oh, I don't like that it did this. Oh god!
Come on, guys. Oh, interception. Let's roll. No, fumble! Oh, you fuck. I mean, I think it's faster like that.
Oh, that was too close. Thought I'd die at first.
Okay. How did Boulder kill me?
What now?
Am I soft locked? Pretty sure we're soft locked.
Oh no, 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 that's happening again. Wow, what are you? Oh, help me. What, man? I hate this game.
Give the ball. Give the ball. Heck, dude, what?
It's on. Oh, there's 47. That thing was sitting on the rim up there.
Wow. Alright, Crystal, I hope you live. Unbelievable. We didn't just lose Bray, we lost both of them! That's so gross!
Sleep again. That's 11, that's not great. So Alina wakes up and then gets attacked. And that's the fear of this. Why?
Like, what can you do here, man?
I also think it has to do with... Did you say that? Somebody clip that! Somebody clip that! I just did it! I just did it! Somebody clip that! Clip it! Clip it! Clip it! Clip it! I just did it! Cut, charge, прыжок. Вроде ничего не забыл. Давай, давай, давай.
Zach. Что? Что? Что за баг сейчас был?
Oh no, I don't have. Oh, this is bad. Oh no, what? Oh no! I'll go right. Oh my god. Am I like? I'm just gonna wait. Whoa! Okay, that's funny. I don't know.
That might have just right.
I don't like this. We're just gonna drop it. Oh no. I can just do this maybe. Oh no! Let's shoot. Oh no! No. Oh, okay. Okay.
I would have Whoa! Oh my god! It happened! The first shot! 3 slots! 50 points in 10 seconds! No way! Oh my god! They got.
What? How did he just get the most free round 10 ever? What?
Oh my god! PB! Oh my god! 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 Holy macaroni! We got the quick kill. What?
And somehow we missed him. Like, why? How is he gone? And he's gone. What is this? Where did he go? Why is he gone? What happened?
Can we find bottom and no. I'm dead. I'm so dead, man. Ah! Ah! How to do it? What?
No. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy moly. Okay. We got this. Come on, man. Wow. I don't know how that worked out. I don't know. Don't ask. I'm shaking right now. Wide awake.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the Big 20, number 18. We have, as of this moment, 66 entrants. They've had 4
dear.
weeks to learn 20 goals from 20 NES and Famicom games, and it all culminates in one race right here, right now. I'm Mythical9, kicking things off on commentary, and I'm joined by the 9th place to my 10th, Canonophone. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Just to explain that joke, I'm pretty sure that was our rankings in the first Big 20.
Yeah, you
which was
remembered.
approximately 1 billion years ago.
It was about 10 years ago. I'm not sure. I don't remember when it happened. It would be on
Yeah.
SRL. I could look it
If
up.
I remember correctly, I did sub 4 and you did not.
I was seconds away from it. We were very close
Yeah.
together. That's the bond we share.
What a trip. Yep.
Thanks to participating in the Big 20. It's a very cool, memorable thing. I'm glad I did it once, but I'm probably more glad to be here in the commentator seat. It is kind of stressful, though certainly a special kind of fun.
Oh, yes. Definitely agree.
I think we should just kick this race off. It looks like everyone's ready, except Apollo, who's hanging out in here, but that's okay. We can kick him out and get this going. I'm ready.
Boy. I'm totally ready. Let's count down.
All right, RaceBot is counting down. I don't know if racetime.gg calls it RaceBot. It'll always be RaceBot to me. It's counting down, and game number 1 is Life Force, originally Salamander. It's a Gradius spin-off, shoot 'em up released by Konami. You're still the Vic Viper, and you still have this Gradius-style power-up system. You defeat a wave of enemies to earn a power-up, and with each one you earn, you advance along this track at the bottom. And you can sort of cash in developing your ship in multiple ways.
Yes. So for speedrunning this game, or not for speedrunning, the goal for this game is 50,000 points, which the point system of this game wasn't really the main focus too much before. But looking at the Discord, everyone talking about it, a lot of weird discoveries were constantly being made. It's just there's so much text in that channel. The general the general thing is that you can sort of double kill a lot of, or even more than double kill some of the enemies. And if you do that, you multiply the amount of points they give you. This includes like the boss. And
yeah, the boss is the big one. You can try to go for these extra points on some of these other enemies. And what that's going to do is it's going to save time during your stage 2, where you'll earn the last about 10,000 points that you need to hit the 50,000 point goal. Or you can get the double kill on the boss for an extra 10,000 points, which is probably, if you do the stage right, going to bump you right up to 50,000 then and there. So the boss kill is like a big X factor, but it's so inconsistent, you don't want to count on that happening at all. So you do try to score as many points as you can in stage 1, and that includes trying to set up some of these double kills, overlaying the options and the lasers as much as possible. Seems to stack as many hitboxes on there, and that seems to have something to do with triggering this double kill effect.
Absolutely. There's even been, I think there was a video of it, but there was a triple kill on the boss, which is pretty good. Since the 50,000 goal, getting 30,000 or 20,000 immediately is. Now, that said, they are allowed to use the Konami code here, and even progressing it as normal, it's not the most dangerous game on the list for sure.
Yeah, there's there's definitely some much scarier stuff later on. You can die pretty easily, obviously, in a shmup. Like you know, there's no health. If you touch something, you die. and it can be really bad depending on where you die. If you die early, you're going to lose the lasers and stuff that you're counting on to kill enemies at all, right? Sometimes you want the missiles in particular so that you can be hitting guys at the top of the screen, the missiles are going down, hitting guys at the bottom, right? You're effectively in 2 places at once. So if you die in the wrong spot, it's pretty bad. But there are some places where you can die, and it kind of doesn't even matter all that much. As
Yeah.
long as you're able to make it happen with the boss. All of our players are here now, this big brain thing. They're going to circle around to sort of deflect its laser arms, and then they're going to go in for the kill on this eyeball, and we're going to have to wait and see what their scores are in the next level.
It's sort of a neat effect here where it slowly fades out, and then the UI also disappears. Presumably that's a anti-lag thing. Or I don't know. It's sort of a technically impressive game.
Yeah, because those folks at Konami knew what they were doing. So we got Magic K at 37K, Heroes at 33K, The American Dream at 27, ZG at 32, Shindig at 30K, and I can't see Link 7's 27K. Okay, so you can be, if you've done the first stage, ideally, and got no double bonus points anywhere, you should be at 40K. So everyone's sort of behind the curve, as it were. They're gonna have to do their best to make up those points. There's a big bonus.
I think Shindig forgot to Konami code it.
Oh no!
Unfortunate.
That
Well,
is devastating. We've been going
what's more
for,
life
I mean,
force for you?
the timer's at like 5 minutes or whatever, right? So basically all that time is lost. Not the way you want to open up on your big 20 run, unfortunately. Here
And
come
for the
Buck
record,
Humans.
we are showing a variety of the runners here, just to sort of balance it out. Because later on, we'll eventually be showing them more in like ranking order.
Yeah.
But just for the
I'm
start.
sure some people got 40K. I'm sure some people, probably at least one person, got the boss double kill and was done on
Oh, yeah.
stage 1. Well, we'll be able to find out soon, because probably that's enough of an advantage that by the time we zero in on our leaders after the first couple of games, that
And
will
we have a
probably
fun,
be
we have a fun new screen on the right showing the split times, which we're trying to. Not me. We, as in, I'm saying it as if I'm doing it, but it's getting updated as much as possible. Hopefully, showing the correct order, so you can still follow along even if they're not on the screen.
Yeah, probably worth walking our viewers through how this looks, right? The number on the left is number of games completed. We're only on the first game, so unsurprisingly, our leaders have completed 1 game. They're already done with Life Force. We see their time. The person in the front there in yellow, they're the person who finished that game first. And so that's their time for the game. And then after that, you've got a split differential, right? So Grayskull was 12 seconds after that. Overswarm was 52 seconds after that. Then it goes down from there. So our top 3 over there on the right looks like Linkarius, Grayskull, and then Overswarm. Coming into game number 2, what a season it's been, and it's all led to this. The Big 20 Tecmo Super Bowl. From up here in the cosmic skybox, we can peer into the multiverse to see that usually the Los Angeles Raiders will be facing off against a Patriots team that is very much putting the new in New England. That's right, the defensive and offensive coordinators for the Pats have ceded control of their player positions and playbook to the Raiders. Whether you call it brave or stupid, it's certainly an unparalleled disregard for the sanctity of football.
Sorry, did you say Cosmic Skybox?
That's where we are. We're peering into the multiverse here. One of these multiverses contains a game piloted by Heroes82 here as the coach. And we got one for Magic K, who is coaching the Raiders. It looks like both. I can't even actually see the colors. Our commentator view is a little bit small, but I think we're looking at both have selected the Raiders and both are versus New England. But
Now,
there's a
reason.
C.
Not what
on
I
the
would have
NES
done.
controller. We are seeing the multiverses revealed to us a totally different strategy by the American Dweem. It turns out Joe Montana throwing to Jerry Rice is a pretty good option as well. Maybe you've heard of them. Jerry Rice will catch these Hail Marys all the way down into the end zone somewhat reliably.
Oh, that one was John Taylor.
Okay.
Yeah, Jerry Rice is pretty good.
And we're also seeing an onside kick strategy there from the American Dweem. You give up the chance of putting the enemy team deep into their own end zone and then tackling them for a safety, but you give yourself the chance to just get the ball yourself, and then you can go in for a touchdown, which is more points.
Mm-hmm. Now, how many more points is it?
Well, safety's 2 points. A touchdown is 6. It's guaranteed to be 7. You just mash the button, and you will always get your 1 point conversion. So don't expect anybody to drop that.
Yeah. So the fun thing about games like this is that, if you're American or possibly Canadian, like I think a lot of them sort of know the rules, but we're as a I can't remember what you said. As a metaverse spanning organization, you know, we're a global brand here at Big 20 Industries, right?
Yeah, the CFL, the
So I
Cosmic
think-
Football League.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, that the next Big 20 should have international cricket in it, so that the Americans have to learn how cricket works.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Just throwing that out there.
So Magic K has bounced back from from losing the ball, was down 0-7, is now up 16-7. So basically, like once you get the ball, right, you can touchdown, then safety, touchdown, safety, the 7-2-7-2-7. That's your 25 points. So even if they score 7 at the beginning, sure, you've lost time for it, but it doesn't really throw off your plans after that. So that's pretty good. It also might have been intentional. If you you want to win the coin flip to get the ball, right, to receive the ball, and if you lose that coin flip, you can opt to disrupt the space-time continuum and flip a second super coin off screen by canceling the cutscene, and that will see who truly deserves the kickoff. So you get 2 chances to win, but if you lose both, you're going to have to give them the ball first. And so there's a couple ways to deal with that. You could safety them right away. You could let them just run the ball all the way down and get a touchdown that way if you feel like that might be more consistent for you. There's a ton of options for different people, different preferences, different skill levels in this game.
And I will say, if anyone's confused, the NFL did not adapt the 2-point conversion rule until 1994, which I knew, of course.
Yeah.
But the Canadian Football League did have 2-point conversions before that, so they sort of stole from us.
And that does mean, like, that probably would have been a better option for your extra points, right? Instead of having to score a
Oh, yeah.
safety or whatever, you could have gone for 2.
Now,
and,
I
made
think,
made up the 2 safety
unfortunately,
points twice.
Sorry to talk over you, but unfortunately, we are going to have to talk about Tetris 2.
I know you. So there's a. Let me go ahead and pull up the Discord here, because we have Discord channels for all of the games, right? And it's a place where everyone can share strategies and help each other and communicate. And it's just generally a really great positive thing here. And the very first message in the Tetris 2 channel back February 3rd from Canonophone says "Game bad."
Who's that? Game bad? Wow. I don't know who that person is, though.
Yeah, starting things off.
Because I'm
on a real-
Banana Phone.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I don't know how to pronounce my username.
It's a play on
Looks like
banana,
crispy.
but then con is clearly, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Definitely different people though. Whoever that was, they have a negative opinion about this game. How about you?
I will just say the world record for this, the 80 level world record, which is actually very well done. Like props to, I forgot the username. Anyway, they play with the music off, and that is the correct choice. Aha! Thank
Cyber
you.
of Memory was the name there. And we did make sure that the players were aware of all of their options in this game, and so it was explicitly called out that yes, you can turn off the music.
And no, it does not save time.
Okay, but how do you actually play this game, right? Because Tetris is all about making lines to clear lines. This is about matching colors. It's a match 3 game, more than it is a Tetris game.
No, it is Tetris in the sense that all the pieces have 4 parts. Basically, the goal for each level is to blow up there's bombs at the bottom that clear all of that color. Anything that you're doing that isn't trying to blow up a bomb is a waste of time. Generally, the strategy is to just sort of cherry pick pieces until you get ones that fit.
Yeah, but there's a surprising amount of strategy as a Big 20 game here. Like there's been so many times where when I was first like looking at this game, I was like, what the hell are you gonna do with that piece? And then I would watch someone like Prissy, who has been practicing so much in this game, shear off part of like this diagonal thing that X Christine has, for example, the ones that are diagonally connected. You can plonk half of it somewhere and then control the other half and maneuver that all the way down to the field and clear something that sets up a combo. It breaks up some of the blocks such that it allows more blocks to fall, and then those would clear something I was not looking for, and then suddenly the level was over, right? So there's a surprising amount of stuff you can make happen in this game.
Yeah, having Dr. Mario experience would certainly help for this. Oh, I mean, it is, at first glance, it's a Dr. Mario and Tetris sort of hybrid. Not to be confused with Dr. Mario and Tetris, the standalone game.
Yeah, which is just both games.
Sort of a missed opportunity to not have something like this in that game. This game also had commercials on actual TV where a variety of people would say Tetris 2 and then a bomb would explode. Like a parrot would say it.
Yeah, that sounds like a 90s video game commercial.
And the parrot wouldn't die, it would have like a bunch of, or everything would be all sooty, or its feathers were all like, rah.
Grayskull is all like, rah, I'm done with Tetris. Is currently overall in 6th place. You can look on the right there. Our leader actually currently is Ness Cardinality. The big two were
He jumped
Prissy
way
and
up.
Pikachu.
Must have been a good, must have had a good Tetris 2.
Yeah, a good Tecmo 2, Tetris 2 situation here for Ness Cardinality to jump so high up on the board. Not one of the names I was thinking of for our front runners, right? Prissy and Pikachu were the very clear number 1 and number 2. Overswarm, a very clear 3rd, and they're up there, obviously, and there are so many more games left to play. But this is we're going to start off on an interesting note here. I don't know what happened to them during Tecmo Super Bowl or who knows what else, but we're moving on to game number 4. It's Pizza Pop.
All right, so this is like this game has the least necessary mechanic I've ever seen, which is, so while you're running, you have like a stamina bar that if you keep like running without jumping, you'll get tired, and then if you get too tired, you like stand in place and have to catch your breath. If you jump at all, it completely resets the stamina.
Which is, everyone knows jumping exerts far less effort than just moving along the ground. So very
Plus,
refreshing to jump into the air.
It's like a platformer, and you have to jump constantly.
Yeah, I didn't know that was even a thing for a long time when I was watching people play this game. I would see the sprite change, and I was like, oh, that's cute. Like, when you run long enough, he gets, like, kind of determined or whatever. That's nice. That's a nice little adjustment they made.
So this game is simultaneously, it's quite an easy game. Like, it's not that hard, but on the other hand, deaths are quite punishing. And it's the type of game where you can use health as a resource to gain some time. So, you know, there could be a shuffle happening here.
We got this vertical stage from Packy. This is kind of where any platformer really kind of comes to life. Like, if you're in a side-scrolling section and you're running to the right, you're doing it perfectly, right? Assuming there's not some kind of tech to go faster or whatever. But you can be quote unquote perfect a lot of the time just running to the right. But anytime there's a vertical section, you can't just move up the screen perfectly the whole time. You're constantly going up and down. And so using whatever chance you have to reduce the part of your jump where you're coming down off of the peak, or anytime you spend hesitating to re-jump after you've just landed on a platform, all of that is time you're losing. So there's always room to go a little bit faster in a vertical section, and it's the kind of thing where it's up to the players to decide how much they want to push it, because if you're jumping early, you're not jumping at all. So it's up to you to decide what kind of margin you want on your jumps.
Yeah, and this game controls very nicely. It's very straightforward. You got lots of air motion. Like there's no like weird momentum mechanics to sort of deal with. Like the game feels very easy.
Yeah.
But again, if any death takes you back to the start of the stage, and it's still, it's also easy to die. Let's just say.
Yeah, it's easy to get hit. You've got a really big sprite. There's a lot of other really big sprites on screen, and
also there's a fun pizza making mini game.
Yeah, we'll see some of that after the third and sixth levels or something. We got a boss fight from NES Cardinality. You gotta be on the ground when the tornado guy hits the edge of the screen, and then you can come in with your very stubby kind of melee attack that you have.
The hitbox is very strange.
Yeah.
It's stubby, but also gigantic, if that makes sense. It does not make sense, but it's true.
It's like it hits pretty high, like up, instead of to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's our
cool.
We got Psytown up on the top, who was our leader as of coming into Pizza Pop. I'm not sure if that has changed since Pizza Pop has started. And,
I believe this ghost stage is ahead of... Unless this is the second cutscene, I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah. It seems likely that... I guess we'll see in just a moment. This is a tough screen that NES Cardinality is on. Got hit there intentionally to damage boost by sort of bouncing from inside the hitbox. And then onto
his frame rate
makes
this stage look very funny.
Yeah, you flicker at 30 hertz, so if you're streaming in 30 FPS, or if we're on a Discord viewer looking at it in 30 FPS, then it's going to appear as if you cease to exist when you get hit. So we'll all have to deal with that in various ways. This vampire boss is pretty tricky to deal with, but NES Cardinality...
He did it in a very safe way, which is fine.
Yeah.
Loses like a couple seconds, which I wouldn't even bother learning the hard strategy if it's like, 3 seconds.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm that kind of player too. We got Prissy on screen, who is also doing that damage boost right there off of that pumpkin, so very close behind NES Cardinality. We got Overswarm in the top right, very synced with Prissy, actually. They're both on this Bat boss.
Yeah. Actually, very synced. Jeez.
So Overswarm is staying on the ground, being a little bit safer. Prissy's trying to go up in the air, and then you can see that the bat's clearly coming into Prissy from above, but like Super Mario Brothers... Oh, Prissy actually gets hit down to 1 heart. Like Super Mario Brothers, as long as you're on the downwards part of your jump, then you kind of win whatever interaction you have in terms of bouncing on an enemy.
Yeah.
And then like Battletoads, this game can't resist having you do some kind of high-speed auto-scroller thing. And these are pretty straightforward. Like you use the shadows coming up from behind as a visual cue to change from top to bottom.
Much easier than the first one. Not that the first one's hard, but the second one is like...
Yeah, it's free.
Not a whole lot to do.
Someone could conceivably hit one of those fences on the scooter section. We got 66 people racing, right? So probably someone will, but... it could be totally possible all 66 players get through this water ski section without anyone having any problems. Scytown is bouncing off of the same ghosts over and over. I know there's a key. Yeah, it's okay. I see it now. You want to bounce up and get the key, and the ghosts just weren't quite over there far enough. So now Scytown has the key. Now that we got all of the racers who are in the
They're all
lead
on
up
the
on
beach.
screen, yeah, we can see how close everyone is.
The final boss for this game is probably gonna break all these ties.
That's true. There is a quick kill available to the players. Oh, I don't
So
know.
much
I feel
cuts.
like no one. It could be possible that like no one gets it. It really is that tight.
That's
and-
fair, but even the amount of damage you do during that phase though is pretty big.
Yeah, it's a quick 1, 2, 3 for your last 3 hits. So whether how far along you get in that sequence will determine how much extra damage you get. If you get all 3, that's going to be a kill. But even an extra 1, 2 is going to speed things up with the next phase.
I could go for a pizza right about now.
Yeah, me too. But what about a pizza pop?
No.
I don't even really know what they are. I do know that this is the final boss. Nest Cardinality, the first one here. Pikachu coming up just behind. So the big attack, it's going to be these projectiles falling from the ceiling. These are what you want to watch for. I don't even know if Nest Cardinality is going to go for it. It is kind of a bunch of damage, like we said, right? But oh no, it couldn't even jump. Got stunned on the floor, so only gets 1 hit there.
It also has some. I don't know if the RG is manipulatable, but it's like this. It's not the same. They don't drop the same each time.
And do
But
you know
yeah,
that Pikachu is going to
Each
be going
phase,
for it?
it's like 10 seconds between damaging the boss each time.
Oh, okay. Pikachu didn't get it. Overswarm is here. We got Packy on the dog boss, Scytown in the auto scroller. Prissy is somewhere.
He's in the void.
So there's one final hit
Yep,
for
this
Overswarm.
card finished.
Very close between these 3.
Alright, so I was wrong about everything I said
About what in particular?
about breaking the tie.
Yeah. It's tough. It's a really tough quick kill. And it's one thing to, do it in practice. Oh, I've got like a 30% success rate in practice, right? But the pressures of race day are quite another thing. So no one was able to quite make it happen. And I don't think they're going to be too broken up about it. We are moving on to game number 5. This is Battletoads and Double Dragon. It's very much a Battletoads game with a couple dragons in it. But the dragons are faster. I've looked around and tried to find some discussion about like, oh, should we use the toads? Should we use the dragons? And it looks like the people who know what's what in this game came in and were like, use the dragons, it's faster. And then nobody questioned it. So I can't even really tell you exactly why they're better. But everyone's going to be using them. And they're going to be trying to kill as many enemies as possible in this first level. Kind of like before they even get on screen, there's a lot of ways to sort of quick kill guys.
Yeah, this is a messed up game. They're allowed to use the stage select code. Well, they can use it if they game over as well, but they're allowed to use it so they start with 5 lives instead of 3.
Yeah.
In this run, they would like to use their lives as a resource to skip some areas later on, which is there's some sort of give and take for that, like a risk factor.
Yeah. So whether you want to be more safe or more fast, either way, more lives is better. So definitely everyone's going to want to get all 5 lives. And thankfully, all the ways that you use your life as a resource are right near the end of the goal. So you don't have to like commit to it early and then like, oh man, I lost all my lives and game over and I wish I didn't do that. You're basically right at the end of the goal when you decide, okay, how many lives do I want to have to be the final boss of this goal?
Sure.
Teriyaki
Which is
Science,
like
thanks for
variable
the
because
sub.
I've seen him be defeated deathless, but that's pretty rare. He usually takes at least 1, and I've seen him take a lot more.
Yeah. So this knee attack, the strongest attacks in this game are also hard to have the game let you do it. This knee attack involves you have to run at the enemy and then hit. It looks like they're doing like a jump attack. It's just you just hit the attack button while you're basically on top of an enemy. Which is easier said than done, because the enemies in this game are, you know, much more like Battletoads and less like Double Dragon, in that they're big jerks and they'll just chain stun you if they feel like it.
Yeah, if you get into an enemy's zone of whatever their reach is, right, like they might just hit you. So if you're trying to get right on top of them to trigger this knee thing, there's a small window where they can just decide to hit you. Thankfully, you can take matters into your own hands by utilizing these capsules on this second stage. The animation for breaking open a capsule to get the goodies inside is that double knee drop that does so much damage. It one-shots basically every enemy on this level. And
yeah, so they have to combine it with the also very annoying dash jump, which the input is forward, jump, forward. The rhythm is pretty hard to explain.
So yeah, even getting into the air in the first place is not free. Anytime you see them do a big, fast jump all the way across the screen, that was that dash jump input that let them do it. And then once you're there, you get the height and speed you need to pass through a capsule, which you can then hit the attack button, and it's sort of the game's like, oh, you want to open that capsule? Sure, I'll let you do the knee drop. But sorry, I sent my body hurtling through the capsule, and now my knee drop is hitting some schmuck on the edge of the screen. That's what you want to be aiming for ideally, but like you said, it's really difficult, so a lot of players are going to opt for something a little more safer, just doing like some dash kicks or whatever.
Some of these enemies die to one dash kick too.
Yeah, even though they look the same as like all the other enemies, you do kind of got to memorize. And we haven't talked about this dynamite thing here, Overswarm, grabbing the same stick of dynamite over and over. Once it kind of passes the sort of like the top of the door, I guess is maybe a good visual cue. The game's like, okay, yeah, that dynamite's gonna hit him, but it still exists as a thing for you to grab for a while afterwards. And it's a pretty big window too. You got like 30 frames to grab that dynamite, so pretty easy to just throw it over and over and get rid of these guys.
This game also has some pretty impressive looking technical stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
This auto scrolling where it appears like it appears to be 3D.
Look at them fence posts when they all
Most
come by.
NES games, if they do this, like there's like a parallax thing to sort of give the illusion of 3D. But this one is like the ground is like angling as it's moving. It's very neat.
Yeah. They kind of move the sprites at different positions and move them at different speeds to get them synced up beautifully. It's very nice. In terms of it does, however, if I guess to get that effect, to make that kind of nice and smooth and good to look at, they did have to slow it down a little bit. So the sense of speed in this turbo tunnel is much slower than the one in the original Battletoads. But honestly, that's probably just a welcome thing for our runners. This is it's a tough thing they're embarking on, learning all 20 of these games. So if you get a little bit of a break through this auto-scroller section, I think they'll be happy to take it.
Now, that said, the turbo tunnel in Battletoads is like one of the most iconic things in video gaming, because it's like, this is stage 3, why is this impossible?
Yes, for me as a kid,
But also
Battletoads was a game about dying in the turbo tunnel.
Yeah,
and then you
but
turn it
also
off and
like
replace
it was fun. You know, lots of games have impossible things. We don't talk about them anymore, but Battletoads is like not turbo tunnel. But how many people haven't heard of this game? I think it's because this section is not hard enough.
Turbo tunnel not fast enough.
Yeah.
Bad game, no one cares.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows what?
Or because this was released in 1993.
Yeah, that might have something to do with it. The PlayStation was out next year by the time this game came out.
Yeah, that might be it too.
We got Scytown getting the knee drop. Nest Cardinality is fighting this boss after the turbo tunnel with a series of jump kicks. This is a lot safer than going for the quick kill we saw some of the other players do. Maybe we'll get a peek at Gray Skull when we get there and see how they approach it. But you can pick him up and throw him and trigger the knee drop while he's in the air.
It's very finicky because it also wants you to like re-throw him when you hit the attack button.
Overswarm doing a nice job dealing with the dual machine guns on the ceiling that you got to jump up and grab. If you can get to them as soon as they spawn, they're not so bad, but the moment you let them get on the screen and start shooting, they just take all of the space away on the screen, and you can just die, basically. You need the iframes from your death in order to do anything about them. Oh, proceeds to jump, okay, but he gets up.
There's no other iframes.
Yeah, not
also,
for anything.
These screens where there's a switch in the top right you have to hit, and there's shooting electricity. Like these are ridiculous. If you try doing that, beating those stages normally, I guarantee you'll game over.
Yeah, Overswarm missed the jump here. There is a trick to jump up and kick the switch immediately. And okay, he's gonna die and use the iframes to do that trick.
Yeah,
because
I don't know how you're supposed to do it normally.
Yeah, he tried to just go up there and do it the way that you're supposed to, and it just is so hard to get through these wiggly banana peppers.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, Pika taking a. There's these spots. These spots are like where you want to take a death where it wants you to like climb on a Mario World style grate.
Yeah, we just saw one there from Overswarm, another one for Pikachu.
Speaking of Mario World, did you know that was released 3 years before this game?
Yeah, they did a pretty good job. But I had this game on the Genesis. It was that generation of console game to me. And it wasn't until PJ and Mecha Richter started to run this co-op that I was like, oh, there's an NES version. Weird.
This game is slightly buggy, which they will be happy to demonstrate.
Yeah, but it is cool, right? It's one of these late NES games that takes advantage of all of the tricks they learned how to make the NES do. Particularly with
and it's got a ton of personality.
Yeah.
The sprites are great.
It's really cool to have it in here. So we got this descending rope section. There's a number of these. You just gotta kind of memorize the order of when things appear. There's a lot of memorizing when enemies appear and then timing an attack to hit them at their spawn point at the edge of the screen. It's one of the like basics of beat 'em up speedrunning.
And this part Pikachu's on is
Void
basically
Jump.
the cash-in.
Overswarm, nice job. I just wanted to shout that out. Didn't want that to go unnoticed.
Well done.
It's a thing the players are going to constantly be going for on this long sort of railing section on the ceiling here. You want to drop down because you're in the air, moving faster than you are climbing, and then you die and it spawns you even further forwards, right? So that's one of the best ways to use your life as a resource in this goal. But you get this chance at the bottom of the screen to jump off of the void down there, and so now you get all that extra speed without dying, right? So it's really good, but very hard. I probably frame perfect.
I would imagine, yeah.
Prissy did not get the jump, is moving through, gets knocked off because you don't get to just hang up there when you lose all of your life. You gotta die back to the bottom.
The ceiling? Oh, that explains a lot. Okay, that explains why I didn't know what to do in that room. Okay. I was just I guess you have to super jump there. I don't know.
No, but I mean, like, even when you're on the ceiling, the banana peppers are so close together, it's just really hard to deal with. If they give you a certain pattern, you're probably just done. We're getting to the end of this goal now. Overswarm, moving along the rope on the right there, is heading towards the final downwards drop here. We got Pikachu into the boss fight that comes afterwards. Yeah,
so you can hit him before he spawns, and then the roper is just on the wrong side of the screen.
Ooh, Pikachu with multiple hits on the right side. If you get in just the right spot, you can ping pong him off the right wall, but it's incredibly precise. gunned down. 2 lives left. Oh no. Pikachu gets hit
Yeah.
again, but thankfully did not die.
It's not up to him whether he dies there.
Oh, the
Well,
gun
Roper's
butt
giving him-
twice.
showing him the ropes. This is actually, I don't know, but this is a bit concerning.
This is scary. Overswarm's fighting this guy too. Prissy
he
now
c-
getting into the fight. There it is.
Oh boy, that
you do sort of have, like, if he died, he would still have 1 more heart. You get to use that last life there. It goes to
Right.
0, and then you get to keep playing. But still, he probably cut that closer than he wanted to.
yeah, because if he shoots you, he can just
Shoot you
waste
more.
a bunch. Yes, Roper's got a lot of options. Also, I do like that Roper is the boss, and it's also the stage has a bunch of rope sections. Wow.
Nice. So Prissy counters whenever he interrupts you with the gun butt, the like tap tap. You can just mash B and you'll crack back with some move after he's done doing it. It's not too bad. That's what Prissy did for the finish. They're moving on to Millipede, which is an arcade classic ported here to the NES. And if you're unfamiliar with it, it's a wild, manic mess of a game. There's like 10 things to keep track of at all times, and they all move faster than brains can think. So even with the reliable opening patterns the players have here, it's really easy for this to go wrong.
Yeah, and the general strategy they have is to kill the millipede using these. I'm gonna generously call it DDE.
Yeah, you're gonna
the lettering is not great.
You're gonna shoot a canister of DDT with a machine gun and cause an explosion all over the place, which will kill these millipedes, as well as untold local fauna over the coming years.
Yes. Now, if you're making, why are the D's? Why do they look so different?
I don't know.
Just draw 2 of the same.
Just
letter.
copy paste it, man.
Is it trying to look 3D or something? It didn't work.
The goal is to beat round 10. We got Overswarm and Pikachu both on round 10. Overswarm has 1 extra life. Pikachu has none. Prissy's on round 6. You can die intentionally on rounds 4 and 8, and you will skip them because they are bonus rounds, but you do lose the life, and you've only got a total of 4 to play within the goal, I think. So, using half of your lives is definitely very risky, and you go all the way back to the start if you lose them all.
Also, the game's super short. The spreadsheet record is 47 seconds.
Yeah, which is, I think, a world record. 44 is the record. Okay.
Oh dear.
It's very close. We're moving on to a very cool game. This is Booble. Is that right?
That is close enough for me.
Yeah, we're asking it's the wrong people to get to pronounce the name of this game. Booble.
Booble.
Bobble, bubble, whatever you want to call it. You're a bubble. And this is a homebrew game. It was made for the NES Dev Compo. It's like a game jam thing in 2019.
Yeah. The water physics stand out as
they're so
very
smooth.
good.
Everything is so smooth in this game.
Like
the way
how?
it looks, the way
How'd
it
they do it?
plays. Yeah, it's kind of marvelous. Well done to them. It's one of the favorites. We took a poll for Prissy's like award show for the Big 20, and a lot of accolades earned by Bobble. A lot of fans here in the Big 20. So it's kind of a Metroidvania, right?
Sorry, what did you call it? I'm just kidding.
It was a Bobble. Bobble is the favorite here. And it's a Metroidvania, so they've sort of taken. I mean, Metroid was on the NES literally, but this is clearly
This
learned
is the
some
first
lessons.
Metroidvania, actually.
They've learned some lessons over the
I'd
past
say
30
this is
years.
more reminiscent of a, like the modern type of indie game, Meat Boy, where you get hit, you restart, checkpoints.
Yeah,
Does that
like
does that have a good genre name?
I mean, it's you move
Indie
around and
platform?
you collect power ups. to unlock new areas.
Yeah.
They do have a name for that. There's just a
Metroid
lot of checkpoints here because it's an NES Game Jam game.
Mhm.
And also, it's not very big. They're going to beat this very quickly, and they're not really going to skip much, you know? The big thing that they're going to be doing is this section here. Pikachu and Overswarm are into it now. And you want to get the double jump power up. That's how you get to the final area of the game. And it's a long backtrack afterwards that you can skip if you can avoid all of the checkpoints along the way. You can pick it up, die, and then have it warp you back to your checkpoint right next to the final area. So this is the moment of truth. This bell here can Overswarm get over the wall while avoiding it. He's taking such care to get across, and he hasn't got it yet. Pikachu as well. Pikachu's over, and so is Overswarm.
I think everyone has their own like setup for it.
Oh, they hit the bell.
No, Overstorm did hit the checkpoint, so he has
hit
to
the
go
bell.
back normally. Oh, they both did.
Both of them. Yeah, so this is an opportunity for
they're-
Prissy.
Yeah, it's not like a huge waste, but it's enough that. But yeah, if they had died there, like without picking it up, that's more of a time waste than this. See, like they're
Yes.
back already. It's like 20 seconds. Still, it's an opportunity.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's not going to make or break your run or whatever. But it goes into a list of things you could have done better, and all of those stack up to be like, yeah, maybe, you know, this is why I won or lost this race.
How the game controls is basically to sync. There's just one button that's just. Yeah, you just have one button, and all the button does is it makes you sync. Then when you release it, you go up. So very physics-y type of gameplay, which does make it tricky. It sort of takes some time to get used to it, the muscle memory.
Yeah, like this vertical section here now, this is the final part of the level. and
Chrissy did it just like it was nothing.
Nice.
And now
That's
there's
going to
the
catch him up, start to close the gap. Percy in third behind our two leaders, Overswarm and Pikachu.
Yeah, he did have trouble on Millipede.
But this vertical section, Pikachu is done with it. Overswarm's about halfway through. You need to sort of introduce more height to your jumps, and you can do that by double jumping up or sort of slamming down and bouncing harder. Both of them are sort of adding kinetic energy that is going to result in you bouncing up higher and higher as you go.
Mm-hmm. This endgame part is relatively casual.
So we got Nest Cardinality is heading down to the double jump power up in Boo Boo. We got Gray Skull is looking like they're in 6th. Going to be heading that way. We got Bright Shadow on screen, who placed 5th, I think, in the last Big 20. Just finishing up with Battletoads. Going to be moving on to Millipede. But our top 3, Prissy's got to finish off Boble, but it's Overswarm and Pikachu who are the first ones into Cowboy Kid.
Yes, this was a strange game. So you start out in a good old western town, and someone just gives you a knife.
There's been a lot of crime lately, he said. Here's a knife.
Yeah, you're not helping. This is not helpful.
No, especially because
Anyway,
the first thing you
why is
do
there
is
so
go
much
outside
crime?
and murder people for money.
Why does everyone have knives? A mystery. Anyway, you farm money to get a key, and then you open a locked door, and then you become the sheriff.
You walk in
And-
and they're like, "We need a sheriff. Here you go.
You have a knife."
Here's the impunity." Yeah. That's all the proof he needs that you're fit to task. And then he gives you a list of people that you can go kill with impunity if you want.
And the goal is there's 3 specific bosses to beat. It's got like a Mega Man type of character edit stage select thing.
The goal is to beat Wild Joe and Keith the Hawk guy. Slash Joe, Wild guy.
Wild Wolf Chief. And Keith the Hawk Master.
Keith the Hawk Master, who very clearly seems to be using eagles. We got
I would-
Overswarm on the
I would just call myself Hawk Master at that time.
Yeah, that's way cooler.
Get rid of the
Overswarm
keys.
dies to these logs, and he tries to reset the screen, and I guess that doesn't do anything. So he's gonna have to just wing it on the hardest jumps of the goal here. I cannot understate how difficult this section is.
It is nonsense.
The character just moves so fast, and the jump is so quick up and down. So, oh yeah, Overswarm out of lives, back to the start of the level. Pikachu has successfully talked to both of the nearby chieftains or whatever. So the dam has been cleared, and this waterfall had a cave behind it where you can find the boss, and you must defeat all 30 of his minions. So just like a comically long time you spend shooting these guys as they come out. This was noticed in the chat, by the way. This game was inspired by Ganbare Goemon. So it's got the same structure, like wandering around the overworld, random baddies just kind of coming in and out on the edge of the screen, and you go and trigger some sort of plot event in order to finally go and do the thing that you're here to do, which in this case is basically just a boss fight rather than like a whole top-down, a whole side-scrolling stage or something.
Now, this game does have 2 players, which sounds interesting. I'm sad that no one did any secret illegal 2-player strats.
Got Prissy into the boss fight. Overswarm's got the gun out. Prissy used it. I mean, everyone's going to use it against these guys that spawned in. This is an item you get from this guy, this stage. So you come here first. The other 2, the order, I think, kind of doesn't matter. But I do notice that the top players seem to go after Keith the Hawkmaster first. Saw Pikachu taking a quick death there. You've got a total of 6 lives. Like, you get 3, and then you reappear right where you are with another 3. But then when those are gone, you're just all the way back to the start of the level.
And I'll mention the knife hitbox in this game is... So it looks like you're jumping, but it doesn't care about that. It's just like, this is a 2D game. Is your knife touching the enemy? I don't care that you're jumping way above him. It's sort of like, it's big hitbox, but also takes a little bit of time to wrap your head around.
Yeah, and the jumping lets you attack in the air without stopping, so that's why everyone is sort of drive-by knife murdering everyone they pass by.
It is satisfying. Not the murdering, but the fact you don't have to stop.
Yeah, you do get to just go in this game. Your guy kind of glides around, bounces along quite quickly. Very fun to play. Pikachu's bouncing along off of the shop now with the hat that he bought in the shop for like $1,000. And I'm told this thing will protect you from the birds that you fight when you go after the Hawkmaster. But I don't really know exactly what it does and how effective it is, but everyone seems to get it. Like, it seems important.
No, I mean, logically, if it's a Western game, you'd think it would protect you from, like, one gunshot. It's like, oh, they shot your hat.
Yeah. You can't die till they shoot your hat off, but they will shoot your hat off if they shoot you, and then you will die after. That's the law of the West. Yeah. But in this game, the birds don't hurt you.
The West is bad.
The West was bad. It's kind of a bad time. Like, this is really, it's trying to be a game about like being a cowboy cleaning up the West, but like it's really a game about you being a serial killer and your bloody trail that you cut across.
Let's talk about football again.
We got Ness Cardinality jousting with the boss here, back and forth with the knife. Prissy's on stage 2. But it's very close with Overswarm on stage 2. Pikachu out in front is trying to knife down the Hawkmaster. You can shoot him from the side with the gun, which is kind of what you do when he moves to the left. But whenever he's on the other spots, the knife is a little bit faster. Oh, Bright Shadow setting up for this moment here. Hits the bell and dies, so I don't think Bright Shadow... I didn't see if they were skipping the checkpoints earlier, but I don't think they were, based off of their approach there.
No, that was the opposite. I was like, I'm gonna just jump into the ceiling, through the bell. Forget all that nonsense.
So Keith the Hawkmaster has been defeated for Pikachu. Pretty smooth overall. Miss Cardinality starting the second level here. The thing you need to do in this game is you need to ride a minecart to get to Keith, but the tracks are broken. So you ride this minecart, which takes you to a key, which lets you open a door where a guy is, and he will repair the tracks for you. Level 3, I don't rightly know. You come into the sheriff's house and the basement has a key and you get it and you open a thing and then someone in there's like, he's on the train! And so you, I don't know, infer from that what you will.
And I will infer.
I wonder how many of our players walked around and like talked to everyone and really appreciated the rich narrative of Cowboy Kid that I assume has got to be there.
That is the problem with speedrunning, is that you don't sometimes you don't get to appreciate the game for real.
Yeah, you kind of skim along the surface, right? You kind of have
Not
to.
that you have. Yeah,
you've
usually
only
you
got a
don't
month,
have to.
right?
For this, yeah, for big 20s, that can happen.
Your time is like your greatest resource that you have, your most precious resource that you spend practicing. And the best players realize that. They focus their practice time on the areas that need it and try to skim over the parts that don't. And so, yeah, very much running around and talking to everyone might be fun, but if you work a full-time job, you might be more interested in learning how to win the game.
You know what's not fun is waiting for these time bonuses to tick down.
It is. You do get a lot of money, a lot of juicy dollars for your high-speed murder out here in the West.
These are things I like to call practice traps, where while you're practicing these games, sometimes there's just like a huge time-wasting thing. I unapologetically will just turbo through those, or just save state, move on.
Yeah. Oh, Overstorm's doing something
But
a
then
little
you
bit
can't
different
get a spreadsheet time, oh no.
I'm unprepared to talk about what that was. Took a secret exit to get a little extra thing. Was that the meat that he has? Or was that extra money to buy the bulletproof vest? I'm not sure. I apologize.
I
Oh, it's
also
a
do
one-up.
not know.
Okay. Thank you. Chat's got us covered. So Pikachu is mercilessly stabbing this guy. Like, he shows up and he's like, you can't catch me. And then he's like, ow, as you stab him. And then it pops up that he's Slash Joe, the knife expert. And like, yeah, he's definitely an expert on knives now. He's well acquainted with them inside and out.
Oh, you.
That's the end of Cowboy Kid for Pikachu. We got a lot of players in here as well. Reeve42 on screen in the bottom middle. Moving on to the train, so very, very far along. Grayskull fighting the ads before the boss, which puts him ahead of Nest Cardinality, Overswarm, and, well, Prissy's, the color of the screen threw me off, but Prissy has a much more saturated color, but he's in the same boss fight.
Yeah,
We'll see
he's
which of these
great.
two gets it.
But yeah, this boss fight definitely shows off the knife.
Grayskull.
Weirdness.
Just like 2 seconds ahead of Prissy or something coming out of Cowboy Kid. Very close behind is Overswarm and Reeve. And then pretty close to them, actually, is Nest Cardinality. But out in front, it's Pikachu playing Rampart, which is a kind of inscrutable game if you don't know how it works. You step
This is
one.
Konami Rampart, also.
Yeah. There's different Ramparts. They play pretty differently.
Yeah,
This
all,
one.
all based on an arcade game.
Mm-hmm. You place your guys and you shoot these wolves. That's step 1 and step 2. That's really easy. Step 3 is where the real meat of the game is. You got to claim as much territory as you can in 30 seconds by building your ramparts. So these pieces come out and they're randomly chosen for you. And you want to... Walls don't count for points. So you want to enclose a big area to have your territory be as big as possible, right? With using as little of perimeter as possible, because you only got 30 seconds to drop these pieces, and you need to fully enclose it here. So Pikachu needs to find a way. Yeah, that should work. I don't see any holes.
No, yeah, he's good. The first level is a lot more time than the others. So
and then you score points.
In this game, some of the other stages have different goals, but they're doing 2 levels here where the goal is a point goal. There's no not many like micro ways to gain time. It's more, the big thing is just completing the goal in a certain amount of cycles. Like you can't like end the building early or anything.
Yeah. So your progress comes in like big chunks. You're hoping to get it done in 2 cycles on the first stage, which is pretty reliable, and then 2 cycles on the second stage, which is quite a bit harder. You also might want to intentionally blow up some of your wall so that you can retake all of your territory with a single piece.
Yeah. And then first stage 1, so he's just going to add a bunch of junk here to lower the amount of points he gets, because you have to wait for the points to count up at the end.
Yeah, which it's probably
and
one
he'll
frame
be
per
way
point or
above
something.
he'll be way above the limit. I'm surprised he went that high, actually.
Yeah, pretty high. 1132. But once
He
that
wasted,
red
like, 2
flashing thing appears next to the get point, that says Tase, actually. I think I looked it up. It means thanks. But yeah, when that appears, you know you have enough points to beat the level. So that's the goal for this big 20. The second stage, much harder. This tornado, you can shoot it to like kind of suggest maybe it should move away from you.
You want it to blow up trees here, so you have more room to build stuff. You can, no matter how fast you kill the wolf, the stage won't end. It'll end on when the time runs out instead of. In the previous one, it ended when you killed the wolves.
Yeah, but I guess.
But on this one, the
like,
tornado counts as an enemy, and you
it
can't
doesn't
kill
die.
it.
So it's like, well, okay, we're still here, I guess.
So that tornado was pretty bad. I'd say it's very unlikely he gets a 2 cycle here. Another
Especially
weird
with these mice. Get out of the way.
Yeah, the mice are. You can shoot them during the shooting parts, and they'll give you some points as well, but no points if you surround them.
Yeah, and then they go away, so you don't even get to shoot them in the shooting phase. So the ideal situation is to sort of lock them out of your territory. Now, Pikachu did a great job building along the coast, right up against the wall.
Okay, actually,
490.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It was
The
sort of a
window is
slow
open.
start, so I was concerned, but yeah, like it's got so much area.
The tornado's knocking down a lot of his fences on the left-hand side, which were perfectly against the edge of the screen, which is unfortunate.
And he's also blowing up some of his own walls to just make it easier to expand.
So Prissy has got some stuff here first go around. Gets a little bit more. Let's see
Looks
how many
really
points.
good there.
488. Okay, so about the same as Pikachu, which is both of them have a shot here. Pikachu's going to be the first one. We're going to see whether or not they get this 2 cycle. You're going to lose at least. Well, it depends. If you're only missing a little bit of points, you can clean it up with the wolves and the mice, so you don't have to do a whole nother 30-second build phase. But if you do, then you're going to need, a total of like 45 seconds or something.
Another weird quirk is that the game lags a lot if you make a 2x2 square. Not a lot, but like it freezes. So they're trying to avoid that.
Pikachu needs 75 points. There's 7 mice each. That's like 35. Would need another 40. Are there 2 wolves to fight or just 1?
No, I don't think. Unfortunately, I don't think he's gonna.
I don't think
make
the
it
math
here.
adds up. I think Pikachu's like 20 points short. I never do math on stream, but it's important here, so I tried. We'll see how good I did. Prissy, we'll see how good they do. This is a
And
huge amount of territory.
Yeah. This looks good. Should be good, I'm pretty
This
sure.
could be a lead change. Pika's short. He's going to need another 30 seconds to build. Is Prissy? Prissy needs 32 more.
32.
And Nest Cardinality as well, getting the
It
clear
is
on
hard
that
to
level.
two-cycle this.
Yeah.
And also, it's dangerous if you try too hard and don't close it at the end. You have to restart the whole level.
I think with the mice kills, Prissy's going to get enough here, if my understanding of the points is correct. Whereas
think it's like-
Pikachu's timer is going to run out, they're going to get enough points, and we're going to be basically tied up front.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. Okay, you can get like a. Yeah, very
Exciting
close.
stuff.
Prissy has
And-
a huge advantage for Mega Man 4.
Yeah. We are heading into Mega Man 4. Maybe you've heard of it. Prissy is maybe the best in the world at classic Mega Man as a whole. There's a category that's just beating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, where I think Prissy is still way ahead as the record holder. So Mega Man 4 is indeed between 1 and 6. Prissy has played this game a lot, and there's a sort of smoothness to his gameplay. It's just gonna flow in a way that it doesn't for any of the other racers, and so he's gonna appear magically to just pick up an extra second or two on every single stage at least, and he's
I was
much
hoping he'd die
less
on the first
likely.
screen.
Yeah, while in the middle of my talking, it would be perfect. Not only is he going to just go faster, but he's also less likely to make the sorts of big mistakes like falling into pits and stuff. So look for him to advance his lead in this game.
Also, this gets the free practice award for most obvious game that was going to be in the race.
We've had every single other Mega Man game in a Big 20 race except 4. So yeah, when we were like, I guess we kind of have to. There's no reason why not this one instead of the other ones, really. I mean, you can nitpick which one your favorite is, this or that, but like they're all of a very similar quality, which is pretty good.
The goal here was, or it's beat any 5 Robot Masters.
Mm-hmm.
Usually the other goals were beat 8 of them, or yeah, usually it was beat 8. 5's a bit shorter, just to sort of. Presumably, it's just because it's maybe a bit long, but also, you know, kind of a large advantage.
His cardinality was 3 points short of winning just then, so he needs to shoot like
2.5.
1 mouse. The wolf will definitely do it, so that's going to be.
He
a thing
has
now.
like every record for the other NES Rampart, which
Oh
is
yeah.
much is a that game is not okay.
We got Prissy in the Brightman fight. Both players have made sure to shoot Brightman with a regular shot in your first couple of charge shots before you fire your fourth one. Because you don't want Brightman to have certain health values. If you do 12 damage, for example, he will flash you. He will freeze you and then try to jump on you and hit you for like 8 damage. So if you hit that one regular shot and then do nothing but charge shots afterwards, you'll get the kill.
Yeah, multiples of 4, right?
So it's like, yeah, when he's got like 4 health left, 8 health left, and 16 health left, or something.
I see.
Yeah, I think that's
Also, so they do Brightman because the Flash Stopper.
Yeah.
By the way, Flashman's weapon not called Flash Stopper.
No, I think that might be Bright Stopper even. Like it.
Yeah,
But
that would.
yeah.
Be, I think it's Time Stopper, but that would
Time
be funnier.
Stopper. That would be really good. But
This
you're
one
right,
is much better because you can shoot while doing it, and it
It's overpowered.
doesn't tick off all the way. It's yeah.
It
These screens
freezes
had
for a
enemies on them.
long time, and there are lots of enemies that there's scorpions in the sand here that you're not seeing because they're frozen. You are seeing both Prissy and Pikachu successfully collect the balloon power-up.
Mhm.
I'm not sure how many people are even going to go for this.
I can't remember if it's faster in general to get that for the stage, or if it's faster to have, because you can use it for a few things.
Yeah, it's very comparable. It warps you to the checkpoint, which is ahead. Like you would have to do some platforming screens if you don't go and get it. I think it's very slightly faster to play the game, play the stage normally, but very comparable. You don't lose much time at all for grabbing it. And then if you're good, you can save a lot of time with it in some of the later stages. So Overswarm is in Mega Man NES Cardinality as well, riding the bright platforms before the boss. These platforms aren't so scary. You kind of can't run off of them. You can see them holding right and Mega Man doing this walking animation. So you just time your jumps to the next one. Even though it's all dark, it's pretty fine. We got Prissy into the Pharaoh Man boss fight. You can slightly suggest that maybe he shouldn't jump around throwing the balls everywhere if you stand next to him, but there's no guarantee. He might just decide to do it. But he's much easier to control if he's just standing there doing that shot over and over.
Also, if you haven't seen the clip of Pharaoh Man punching Mega Man in the cartoon, you should look that up.
Cue that up on your YouTube, and then come back afterwards. We got a lot of Mega Man on screen. Grayskull is here. And we got Arcus. He's been on screen for a little bit. I was going to shout him out, but then we got sidetracked talking about something else. Maybe you've seen this guy. Having Arcus up for Cowboy Kid seems rather appropriate.
Very true. Because he's a kid. Oh, wait.
And a fan favorite, certainly, around these parts. So, we got Pikachu and Prissy are heading into Ringman stage, and here they're going to be using the balloon to fly up this vertical section. You might not even see the balloon. You're just going to see this little explosion because the balloon has been placed somewhere where it's immediately like inside a wall or something, and it's despawning. But its hitbox still exists while it's doing that, so you can still jump off of just this little flash of an explosion. And Prissy, I mean, he's so good, right? You saw how cleanly he got up there. Pikachu, a little bit, not so much. Got hit at least once there as I glanced over at his screen. But both of them are going to be going through ring stage, probably damage boosting to skip some of these mini bosses. And
they damage you so much that they actually do want a
health drop.
Health drop, yeah.
And Ringman will kill you very quickly as well. So like it's you are a one hit away from death when you fight Ringman if you go all out on these damage boosts.
Also, I would like to say about these platformers that these platforms that like these bars that they're on and then they sort of shrink. These they also put you in Mega Man 6 mode where you can't jump while you're sliding on them. It's sort of weird.
Oh, okay. You can slide on the left side of the block, and they won't start retracting until your slide is done. But if you mistime it, it will start retracting, and your slide is going to take you pretty far out there because, like you said, you can't jump out of it. So if you're not ready for that, you might find yourself with very little time to react to having no platform. Ringman is dead for Prissy. Pikachu, I think, can get hit
People
once.
are saying there was too much game audio, so I think... Well, whatever. You said some really funny stuff, trust me.
You can hit Ringman with the charge shot above your head, and then still throw the charge shot at him, so he dies pretty quickly. And it should have been 5 shots, but you reduce it down to 3 with that strategy.
Yeah, the Pharaoh weapon's also quite broken.
So Prissy is going to Dustman's stage after Ringman, because that's the weakness of Dustman is Ringman's weapon. But the vertical sections of Ringman stage, all the damage that you take, the dust crushers in this stage, these are really hard. So I know at least Overswarm is going to go a different route. He's going to go to Dive Man at this point, and he's going to do 3 entirely different robot masters than Prissy and Pikachu.
I don't necessarily blame him.
So some work has been done here, and it turns out
taking
that
a dive.
He is not. This is a calculated move to go as fast as possible, because these stages are quite comparable to the other ones, and just way easier. So rather than spend all this time trying to master... Oh no, Mollyman got frozen and died to Brightman. Rather than trying to master like this really difficult stage, use all of your practice time trying to get that down, right? How about you use less practice time on an easier thing and then spend that time elsewhere?
These parts where it looks like they should be crushed and dying, it's like they're supposed to be. But they're not, due to it's trickier than it looks. I don't know the exact mechanic, but
Yeah,
it's
so
scary.
Pikachu got held up a lot through the Dust Crusher trying to, play it safe. And that's one of those things that's like, if you come this route, like part of the reason why it's faster is because you can do the Dust Crushers really well to get ahead. But if you can't, which is most people, unless you're like an expert at Mega Man, you're really not going to do this stage that much faster than if you had gone over to, say, Dive Man, like Overswarm is doing. So that's part of the real advantage of what Overswarm is doing. Now, into the boss fight, Pikachu takes one hit there to cancel the vacuum sucking that Dustman does. Just barely had enough health to do that and interrupt his invincible move to be able to finish him off.
Chrissy's going to do a balloon clip over here in Skullman. So, unlike item 2 in Mega Man 2, or item 1, I said the wrong one. Anyway, the balloon will crush you if you are just standing on it and you go up to the ceiling. So these are not as free or safe as they look, but
yeah, I think Pikachu's going to go for it, so we can take another look at it at the start of this stage here. Or he might not. Oh, no, he is. Okay. Prissy talked him into doing it, so here we go. Balloon, damage boost, slide. There it is.
Never mind, it's easy.
It's, you don't have too many frames to work with. Pikachu almost didn't do it, and Prissy was like, you gotta do it! And he's like, okay.
Also, so this is the first Mega Man game that had like sort of screens that weren't like just completely linear. Like you could see where Pikachu's coming up here. There's like just a ladder that goes up. Like they just keep going up, and there's an entire screen on the right with you get some power-ups or whatever. What a world.
Overswarm has defeated Dive Man. He went down to 1 health during the boss fight, so he was very cautious all the way on the edge of the screen while he fought him and got him down. So he's now into Drill Man stage, where there's a lot of things that you don't really get to see because he is going to be using Flash Stopper through the entire level and just preventing anything from doing anything, like freezing these turrets while they're open and just taking them out, no problem.
No problem. Oh, come on, you don't get hit. You have Flash Stopper.
There's some rocks that are supposed to be falling down from the ceiling here that just aren't. You do need to...
Oh, you got a big weapon power up.
Yeah, so he's not going to run out of flash for the rest
You got
of
hit by a rock.
the screen. It still has an active hitbox while it's in the air. And he's triggered the switches that sort of spawn the next part of the level, so we'll see what kind of luck he gets from Drill Man, who dives, unlike Dive Man, who drills. Here we do have our swap we were looking for with Bright and Flash. And you lose like 4.5 seconds every time he decides to do it. So you can slightly convince him not to by staying close to him, but if he wants to, he will. There it is. So we got Grayskull going the Ringman route. Ness Cardinality is also on Dust after going to Ring. So people have made some choices. Oh, Mollyman died to the spikes. But everyone sort of made their choices here with Mega Man. It's going to continue to play out for a little bit. But our top leaders, Prissy and Pikachu, are taking a break. They've reached the halfway point, so they're going to take their 3-minute break before sort of charging into the harder, meatier back half of this game list. But that's it's my turn to mosey on back to the bleachers. Let me just okay, we're good to go. So Canonophone, thank you so much for joining me, but you know a little thing or two about the next game, so you're gonna stick around, right?
I'll stick around for one more game. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you all, everyone, for having me. It's an honor to be back on commentary, and I just want everyone to know how happy and proud I am of all of our players for coming out today, giving it their all. But mostly, I want all of you to know what's in store for you in game number 11. And so for that, we turn now to our next commentators.
Hello. How's everyone? It's been a great race so far, so we're getting into our second half of the race. Thank you, Mythical. Thank you for the quick the quick little transition. Awesome first half of the race. Thank you for the help commentating. I am Apollo, and I am here with my good friend and former Big 20 winner, Nick Hard Made Easy, also known as The Cove. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Happy to be here.
Awesome. So as Mythical was saying, we have a short break as we put in this password, but I guess, how you feeling about the race so far? And then I guess lead us right into Faxanadu and let's start talking about what we're about to see with this category.
Yeah, so I'm actually really excited that this finally got to be able to be in a Big 20. It has kind of a boring beginning to the game. The full game is in the mid-20s minutes for record, and so it's a tough one to find a good goal for. But the goal that we came up with of beating the game with a password where you just start in the starting town of Aeolus and you can have whatever items and weapons, etc., keys that you want, makes it so it's really approachable. It's sub 10 minutes. It's just a really, really good run. I think, Khan, if you want to take it, I think you said that you want to kind of handle some of the comms for this game.
Oh yeah, I agree that it's a really nice category. It allows you to skip a lot of the sort of annoying things about the game, which are at the start of the game. You like you mentioned, it's basically 3 minutes of walking around talking to the king and doing shopping. And when I was actually playing this game, a lot of the times I would just start the run from a save state that was like after that, because it was just such a big bunch of nothing. But this password is nice because the password just required you to start at the starting town. They weren't actually given a password to use. They could use, because there's a nice password generator tool. So some people might not even be using the same password. There's some sort of there's a bit of risk or versus reward type of thing they could do, where the higher rank they are, basically the higher level they are based on experience, the faster you accelerate while you're walking. This game has a lot of weird mechanics.
Yeah, I think a lot of our runners, a lot of our top runners rather, will be getting a lot of experience to the point where they are one of the higher levels, and they're going to drop. Usually at the start, you have 40 seconds of wing boot time. And as you level up, that's the one downside, is you lose that the amount of time that the wing boots work for. And so they're only going to have 20 seconds every time they activate it. And so that's kind of that trade-off you were talking for. They can run a lot faster, but they do lose that wing boot time.
Mm-hmm. No, they don't. Their top speed is the same, but the
acceleration.
The acceleration in this game is very subtle, honestly. It's very common for people to be playing it and being like, "Oh, this jump's impossible. How is this? This game feels so weird." And the fact that when you level up, it lowers the amount of time your wing boots or your invincibility, like other things. It's another strange decision. Lots of strange decisions. But this game has a lot of charm. The music's really good.
Yeah, it definitely
It's a very charming game.
Some other kind of qualities of the password. People are putting in the password in such a way that all the items they're going to need, they're actually in order in inventory as well. So whenever they pop open their item screen, it's going to be just selecting that first item every single time. So they can customize it even to that granularity, which is neat.
Yeah, that's very nice. It's also nice not having to buy a bunch of keys. Or whenever you buy an item, their gold ticks down at an excruciatingly slow rate.
Yeah, and as the my co-commentators have mentioned, that the password decision and password entry is such a big thing, and as some of chat have already noticed, we actually have Nest Cardinality is using a different password than I think the first 3 runners that went into Faxanadu are using. So even at the very top, there's some differences in opinion of what just fits their style best.
Yeah.
Yeah, my guess is that we're going to see NES Cardinality go with a lower experience level, but we'll see once he starts what that password actually does.
Yeah. So, they also don't have to do any wing boots extensions, which is one of the feature things about speedrunning this game. That's sort of why I picked it up, because it's a dumb mechanic. Basically, if you're paused during when the timer would tick down, it just doesn't tick down. And you just keep the wing boots for a lot longer than intended.
Yeah, I believe the TAS actually keeps the wing boots and the ointment, which is an item that kind of
not fair.
Gives you invincibility for literally the entire run, pretty much.
Also, if you're wondering how the game's pronounced, it's Faxanadu because Boggle Dowdy is the world record holder and said that that's how it's pronounced because he got the world record.
I think that is part of the prize, where that is the person who gets to decide how you say the name.
And fun fact, whoever wins the Big 20 gets to decide how Big 20 is pronounced.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I guess we'll see what comes from that.
Yeah, so Prizzy and Pika are actually making pretty quick work of this game. So you are actually traversing the world tree where the elves and dwarves live. And so we kind of go through the roots of the tree and then the trunk of the tree, and now they're both kind of on the branches, which is towards the top. And then they're pretty close to the last area of the game, which is Dartmoor Castle. Right.
Yeah, the game generally, the point is to get all these items that are like the Dragon Slayer and I can't remember what they're called, but get all the items so you can actually kill the final boss. But they start with all the items, so their goal is basically just to run to where the final boss is. Which is still fine, like you should have to run through the whole game basically in terms of the world map.
Yeah, that's another thing I think is just so neat about this category pick, is that you do still see all of the areas of the game. You just don't need to stop into all the dungeons that are on the way.
Very convenient at the start of the game having the full-size sword as well, because usually you start with a dagger, which is tiny.
Yeah, so Prizzy is coming up on the final kind of evil fortress, I think it's called. Normally, you'd have to actually go further to the right and go through this last dungeon to get the item to be able to open up this door, but he is just able to kind of go into it right away. I mean, we are probably just 30 seconds or so from finishing this game. With the wing boots here, you can make really quick time of this, and you actually pick up an ointment right here, where for the rest of the game, you can't get hit, essentially, because you have the wing boots to just fly up above there, and you're going to see him take down the last boss really quickly.
We like to say that ointment is like, it's got a developer comment next to it, to do remove ointment before releasing game.
Yeah. One thing we didn't really talk about is you saw him kind of get up real close. He was actually attacking with the sword and using his magic at the same time, so he's doing a lot more damage than it probably seemed.
It is also funny that even you can start with any magic you want. It's the best one is still Deluge, which is the first one you can buy in the game.
But yeah, that was Faxanadu. It is a fantastic category, I think, for this. So well done, team, for picking it.
Well done, team.
Yes, and as we see, Prissy has finished. We got Pika's going to be finishing super soon as well. But we got Daydream and Davy coming up. But I wanted to say real quick, I think Cananophone was going to pop out. So I want to thank you for all the help and hope you've enjoyed the race, enjoyed commentating. And
I enjoyed it, yes.
Thank you. And stick around. You got to see the end. So
one thing, as we're finishing Faxanadu, I did want to mention that Boggle Dowdy is on the bottom middle. He is the world record holder for Faxanadu, so keep watching him when he gets done with Mega Man, because he'll be onto it next.
True. But yeah, so Daydream and Davy, It's an interesting game. I think a lot of people kind of know this from like an old angry video game nerd video, stuff like that. But you know, it looks weird, definitely a little janky. And so as you see this first stage that both Pika and Prissy are on, it's kind of a big maze. And so as of about like 3 weeks ago, what you would do is go through this big maze and find the Excalibur sword in order to beat this boss that Prissy is about to be fighting right now, Lumper. What was actually found is that he can be killed with projectiles. And so what Prissy just did, and then you're going to see what Pika's going to be going for it too, you can pick up a fireball, get really close in the hitbox, and duplicate projectiles by kind of timing your B presses. And so he's able to just like kill the enemy there, and you don't have to go out of your way to get Excalibur. And so that's one of the reasons why a new world record was done in this by Poison Curls about a week ago, which is really cool. But yeah, so moving on from that, we're in the Western screen. So in the Wild West, you got to get some money, and then you have to buy a gun. There are some blue enemies that can steal your money. We don't want that to happen because you want to be able to get your gun, and then you have to go over to the Western Union to go shoot the boss. But you can't just shoot him anywhere. You got to shoot him right in the arm, which is what Prissy was able to do. And we see Pika right now is about to go, I think, for the quick kill. And he gets a super quick one, so that's good. And now Pika is also on the Wild West screen.
Yeah, so Prissy picked up his bow and arrow now. Now he's heading back. So they're on this bridge here right below it. There usually is a javelin spawner that when you get really close to him, he rapid fires like incredibly fast. You'll die nearly instantly. But sometimes he just doesn't spawn. You kind of get a freebie there.
Yeah, it is nice when that happens, something you don't have to worry about. And then like once you get past this, the rest of the screen is kind of nice because you just stand on the left of the boss and he doesn't seem to know you're there. So
a couple of the bosses in this game are free.
Yeah, just a little bit, which is nice because there's other parts that aren't quite as free. So
Prissy actually just walked right under the golden ring that he is trying to get to, but unfortunately he has to walk for about another 30-40 seconds to get there. But this is the same forest level that you started at. He just got to backtrack the way through.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love seeing this? It's an interesting game where like you get to see all the stages kind of a few times. I think that is very different. You don't see that often where you like go back to stages, which is pretty cool. But yeah, there's run away from Lumper again. And then we see Pikachu also just hiding from that boss. Boss has no idea he's there. See, it looks like, as you said before too, Boggle Dowdy is, I think, about to start Faxanadu, so that will be a fun one to keep our eyes on as well.
Yeah, it looks like he has chosen to keep the Mega Man music going during his 3-minute break.
Can't fault that.
Hopefully he gets it. I mean, out of anyone, I trust him, but hopefully he has time to put in the password. So Prissy is backtracked again, and he is about to go into a portal to go find Excalibur, which will teleport him back to ancient Greece again.
You know, just teleporting around. It's just a typical, school activity right there. You know, I remember teleporting around when I was younger. So.
And suddenly you're in Hades.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that golden coin you picked up, I think that's needed to go talk to Karen here to take a ride on his boat. This is the last level we're going to be playing for this category. Prissy's going to kind of head through here, pick up the golden bow from Artemis, and then head on to Cerberus.
Yes, and as you see here, he's kind of like running away from some skeletons. Little spooky, but there's ways that you can get them kind of stuck on the edges of bridges and walls. So you take a little bit less damage than you would otherwise. So yeah, see right there, you got the skeletons are like, there's a wall here. I don't know what to do. He's able to just walk freely across the bridge. Get the bow. Run away from multiple Grim Reapers. I mean, if one isn't scary enough, two.
And this is the other kind of free fight. When you go into that Cerberus fight, if you just go to the right just a bit and then run up, you can avoid all his attacks and just shoot left and win.
It's very nice. I mean, we'll just pretend that Prissy's just petting the dog. That's all that's going on there. But that is a GG for Prissy. And we'll be moving on to Neketsu Street Basket Ganbare Dunk Heroes. The name of the game probably longer than it takes to maybe beat it if your execution is correct. I'm going to try and spit this out real quick. There's 3 hoops that you can shoot into. We're going to go for 50 points on the normal stage. Ideally, what Prissy or any runner is going to do right now is try to grab it and throw a super shot that's going to go through all 3 buckets, just like that one, and that's 10 points. Do that 5 times and you get right through. The issues are the timing's pretty tight, and also the enemies can grab the ball, run away from you, and anything can go wrong. So hopefully that super shot also takes out the enemies, which they landed, they didn't, so now they're going to run. Now they're running, and now you're improving.
His partner was the MVP. They're knocking down both of them.
Yeah, that was amazing. You do have a CPU teammate, so
really good recovery. That was 50. He's already done.
Yeah, already done. We're gonna watch Pika real quick to see if that occurs there too, because like if they grab that ball, they could have ran away for a while and just thrown the ball up on their side. So,
and I think you only have like a 5-frame window to hit the super shot. Every
yeah,
time.
it's almost like a bell curve of like normal shot, depending on how long you hold the B button. It's like normal shot, super shot, high shot, like normal shot, high shot, super shot, normal shot. So there is some good timing that you got to learn. So
on to Young Indy, which I feel like a lot of people think is one of the most difficult games, but also one of the most fun of the list.
Yeah, I agree. It is. We have an any percent, so we're about to see a full game. And this is definitely some people's opinions the toughest game on the list. It's very execution heavy. And there's a cool little gimmick. So if you look at the top of the screen, right now there's 3 like empty boxes. But you'll normally start with a whip. And so like Prissy just got a rock. Prissy just got the hat there. And so that's kind of your health. So your health and your weapons are the same thing, which is pretty cool. So if you have a weapon and get hit, you'll lose the weapon, but you'll still have another hit point to take before you actually die and have to start at the beginning of the stage. The hats and the gas mask will kind of give you an extra buffer hit. And so we see our first boss fight now. And so we don't know where the enemies are going to come from, so we're just throwing some rocks, and then 3 rocks will be needed to take down this boss shooting there and jumping down. So we're going to see how Prissy handles this. So far, so good. Takes a hit, but is able to get the enemies, so that is fine. Yeah, also great music in this whole game too, I think. So I was excited to watch. I was excited to play. Excited to see people practice and play this. But you'll see now, stage 2 of Mexico. So you're in these caves, and they start out with no light, and so sometimes you can pick up some torches on the way to light it up. But for a lot of it, our runners at this point kind of know the layout, and you can see a little bit when it's dark. So we're gonna skip some of those. And we're going to see a lot of whipping, a lot of like quick ladder climbs. You can jump instead of just sitting and climbing on the ladder. And also, like, if you notice, there's a lot of times where there's spikes on the ground. You hit that, no matter how much health you have, kind of like Mega Man, you're just dead. And so we're going to be avoiding some of these like platforms that disappear. And you don't really know it's going to do that until you play it. So there's a lot of trial and error and practice that was involved in learning this game for our runners.
Yeah, absolutely. Sitting there looking around. Looks like Pika is also finishing the first level here on Young Indy. We got Overswarm getting towards the end of Davy. I thought it was interesting, Boggle Dowdy, it looks like he went for kind of a middle ground strat for his password, where NES Cardinality and Grayskull were pretty much a beginner rank, and so they had the most wing boot speed. Prizzy and I think Overswarm and Pika all went for the very high experience. They only had 20 seconds of wing boots, and I think Boggle Dowdy is in the middle there with 30 seconds.
Yeah, that is what it looks like. Yeah, so yeah, like you said, let's take a look around real quick. We have Nessie is on Davy, Overswarm on Davy, but getting close to the end. Grayskull also on Davy. And Pikachu's just about one level behind. And so this is level 2 of 3 for Prissy. France. And this one's a tough one. These enemies can shoot, they can throw grenades. There's planes that are throwing missiles and bombs from the sky. There's just a lot to remember. And so like the game goes well as long as you remember everything, and nothing goes wrong. And nothing could possibly go wrong in this game. But as we see, Prissy will take that hit while he's on the motorcycle. That's fine. And just wants to get through this stage without taking another hit. It'll be interesting to see here. There's a chance that, yeah, Prissy's going to skip some weapons, and there's actually a damage boost through some like electric fences coming up in order to save a good amount of time. It's right a little bit after this right here. Yep, takes the hit, goes through, and is going to grab that rifle, and is able to just run right through without that enemy down there even noticing him. So we're getting close, and so what we're actually going to be seeing is a lot of these. You want to get quick kills on these bosses, so with the rifle you can actually shoot, I think it's 6 times, and you don't even need to pick up the grenade, and now we got the climbing stage. I love climbing stages. I don't know about you. They just look so nice when done correctly. And so this is where, I think Lack Attack mentioned earlier, there's a spot where you could farm lives. I have a feeling some of our runners here on screen are going to be skipping that. But right up this ladder on the right that Prissy just skipped is a spot where you can farm some lives. But we don't need that. It's going to go perfect.
Yeah, I was gonna say the exact same thing. Climbing levels are great and look great as long as you're good at them.
Yeah.
If you're bad, they can be a nightmare.
Just falling and falling and falling. But yeah, it's probably hard to tell while watching. But Indy actually has kind of like a weird like landing animation, and so you can't really like jump until he's kind of after that landing animation. So there was a learning curve for sure, especially on a climbing stage like that. But there's another quick kill coming up where Prissy can go inside the enemy's hitbox and try to hit him with grenades. Another grenade will spawn. Again, the weapons are your HP, and he was able to get 6 hits without breaking a sweat. Maybe just a little sweat. But now we're on to stage 3, and so stage 3 has or level 3 has 3 parts. So first is this like, I guess, I don't know, it's kind of like a Ninja Gaiden-esque train section. Prissy actually skipped the gun, is just going to whip strat through the whole thing. What's a little scary is you just have to be super quick on hitting these enemies or else they'll shoot you. And then there's a boss here that will throw boxes, but if you stand in the right spot, A, the boxes are going to go past you, and B, the enemy doesn't realize you're there and doesn't go to grab you. So super quick level there for Prissy, and then moving on to like a shoot 'em up section, which is pretty cool. A lot of little differences, some cool differences in this game. So how this works is there's 10 enemy planes. You're gonna want to take down those 10 planes. You can kind of memorize where they are, but it's still really dangerous because you only have a couple HP, but there's a blimp that's going to come out of nowhere. If Prissy goes to grab the weapon from there, this is needed for the quick kill on the Red Baron. So once you're at this point with that weapon, you don't want to lose it. You don't want to take a, you don't want to lose a life. And as we see, Pikachu actually got the quick kill on the big Bertha tank boss as well. But yeah, top middle, let's watch for the quick kill from Prissy. Once the Red Baron gets underneath Prissy, he's going to drop bombs and already dead. He normally takes like 17 bullets, but only a couple bombs. So well done by Prissy.
Apparently, Chad is telling us that Boggle Dowdy just tied his world record for Xanadu time. in
What?
That run for that category, yeah.
What?
That is amazing. That's sick.
Well, I mean, we did tell people to pay attention to it, so
It's true. It's true. I hope it is faster by like milliseconds and is a reason for this to be the submission video. Just use the big 20 VOD.
I mean, it's pretty hype either way, tying or actually getting it.
Yeah. Very sick. I'm gonna keep an eye real quick. I just want to see if Pika does the same and is able to get a quick kill on the Red Baron, as we see Grayskull getting a lot of points scored on him. He's having a little trouble getting this basketball. The enemies are playing a little keep away, which is the scary part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it can get real rough if you get unlucky.
Yeah, it's a real it's fun to play. It's a 4-player game and you can 2v2 play with your friends casually, but in a setting like this, it could be spooky. But we did say, like I said, so Pika did get the kill. Prissy's a little bit ahead still, and this is another one of those stages. What we're gonna see is the grenade that Prissy has. You try to keep that because there's a couple scenarios which there's a locked door and there's a door switch you can blow up with the grenade. And there's some cool skips where you can throw the grenade over walls and it saves you a bunch of time. And as you see, they're both Pika and Prissy are in darkness right now, but they've played this enough. They know where it is. Everything is. But Prissy throws the grenade, misses the old alley-oop, the Dr. J, gets it on the second attempt. That still saves time, so all good. And then we have this boss here, which is super scary. If you lose your grenades, not fun.
Yeah.
Not fun. But luckily was able to get it through. Well, not luckily. That's practice right there.
Skillfully.
Yeah, skillfully. But yeah, we're getting a lot of indie on the screen right now. We got 4 out of 6 with some indie action.
It's nice. I mean, we kind of talked at the beginning how Prissy and Pikachu were right at the top with their kind of sum of best and race times. Then Overswarm and NES Cardinality seemed like they would be right there too. And then we were wondering who would be close to them. But there's a couple more that are keeping up real good.
Yeah, I gotta, definitely a shout out for the splits on the right side of the screen, just to know how many games, have been finished by different runners, and some extra production for the fans out there. But we got Prissy is going to be coming up on the final boss super soon. I would say the final boss for this, it's like a big disco ball. And again, another scenario where you want to keep grenades. If you lose your grenades, it's going to take forever to do the backup kill. And there's no way to get your grenades back once you get to the boss. Even if you die, it's going to spawn you somewhere past where the grenades are. So right now, we're going to go down, pick up the grenades, and we're going to hope that grenade stays in that slot up there in the inventory for the rest of the run. Using the gas mask to take an extra hit to go through the tank. We're coming up on the final door. So again, quick kill for this. Use the grenade. Prissy's going to jump through bullets, or at least attempt to, and 4 grenade hits will be the end of this disco ball enemy.
I love the disco ball.
And it's done. Well done. The end. That was a great. I don't know what the time was for Prissy, but it seemed pretty clean. So that's a really well done run, especially in like a race setting.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Outside of not getting that switch with the grenade the first shot, that's the only thing I remember him really messing up on.
Yeah.
So this Jurassic Park starting, this is actually one of them where the amount of time it takes for you to be able to hit start is almost exactly 30 seconds. And so you need to get this time change in, or cart change immediately, or else you're going to lose a little bit of time.
Yeah, it is a, different skill set right there. That's all.
Yep. So Jurassic Park is a longer game, so this is not a full game category. We're going to just be playing the first 4 stages. So you kind of take control of Grant, and the main theme of most of these levels, you can see on the right, it says 14 and then 4 underneath, now 10 and 2. That bottom number of 2, that's how many eggs are left on the screen, and you need to go and get that down to 0. You need to find and either walk over or shoot all of the eggs on each screen. And most of the time you'll be getting key cards, which you'll need to use later, from the last one here. So you'll see this last one, there's a little white key card that he picks up. So this first stage, he's going to be running around. He picked up the first key card, that he goes into 2 of these other buildings to pick up additional key cards. I think the only other odd thing you notice is he's hopping everywhere. Well, it turns out you get pushed forward just the tiniest little bit. And so you save about, I heard, about a frame per hop. And so, you know, every time that you're hopping 60 times or so, that's a second you might save.
Yeah, it makes it like, definitely looks silly, but like you got to do it over the course of a you know, this goal here. I think some of the top runs are around like 15 minutes. You know, if every time you're hopping,
basically
you're saving a frame or
6
two
items that you need
over the
to
course of
have
15
to
minutes,
get
that
through the runs.
actually means
That
something.
fills up most of your inventory. And there's really nothing optional you can add to your inventory besides bonus potions
I think
or
one
backup
thing
wing
that's
boots.
super
so
interesting.
There's not too much you can
This game
do.
is just like the
those
like
extra
the
2 spaces in
routing,
your
the
inventory.
routing of the eggs, being able to go in the right direction, and actually there's a lot of kind of hidden items behind walls.
Obviously,
and stuff too,
you
so
have
you're gonna
maxed
see
out
some runners
equipment.
pick up some 1-ups and some extra health behind the walls, which again, you know, you just got to learn, just got to remember.
no reason not to do that,
And those
especially
actually
since-
question mark boxes that Prissy's going by right now. A lot of them are just hidden bombs, and so you run into it and lose half your health, which is an interesting choice, but funny nonetheless.
Yeah, some of them are good. Some of them are like invulnerability. Others are either damage, like you said, or there's even a few in the game that are instant death. Okay, so the whole point of this first level was to go around and rescue Tim from the Triceratopses. So all of that work was to come and find Tim, and now you have an auto-scroller. It's a set auto-scroller, so as long as you remember the pattern, it shouldn't be very difficult, I don't think. Most of our runners are going to have a lot of problems with this one. It just takes the better part of a minute to get through.
Yeah, it's not too bad as long as you have, you know, plenty of health. You know, Tim can take a few hits. You know, Tim's a little annoying, so like if you're feeling like it, maybe you let him take a hit or two just for the heck of it. But you know, I think we're gonna be nice and actually get Tim through here safely to the next level.
That would be the nice, responsible thing to do. Yes.
Yeah, just a little bit. Do enjoy the Triceratops sprites. Triceratops is definitely a top tier dinosaur for me. I'm a Stegosaurus fan. I don't know if you have a favorite, but
So you kind of like the squat ones that have either horns or plates of some sort that stick out.
yeah, you're right. I would say I think Stegosaurus was always number 1, Ankylosaurus was number 2, Triceratops is up there. I don't know. I guess I have a type.
I don't know. I was more of the more of the vegetarian dinosaurs. Like I like the Brontosaurus and the Brachiosaurus, like those big guys.
True. The long neck boy, as we see in chat. Those are classics. Definitely classics. There's actually not to go off topic too much, but there's a museum super close to where I live that has like a full like Brontosaurus setup thing that was really cool.
That's nice. I'd
Yeah.
like to see a big skeleton.
I mean, when I was like 8, I was gonna be a paleontologist when I grew up. I would have been rich. Because they make, yeah.
What happened?
I lost my dreams. Dreams are crushed. I don't know. Something sad.
Fair.
Fair
So
enough.
Prizzy's now gotten to the water stage. There are some currents that will push you left or right at times, and so it may look a little weird with his patterning or his pathing, but a lot of it is usually intended. And this is like one of the very few times that you don't need to grab all the eggs. Like those are eggs. You can grab them for points if you want, but there's no point to progress the level. You just need to get to the top.
Yeah, it's a fun, like, it's interesting. Like the controls, like, yeah, they're a little weird. The river has a bit of the current, but fun
Okay,
little break.
So obviously you can see that's Tim's sister Lex there. And you can get a really quick kill here. So the T-Rex is already dead. And what Prizzy does there is he uses all of his ammo completely. And then there's an ammo pickup. And if you're completely out, it'll give you 40 of the basic ammo again. So it completely refills his ammo.
It's pretty. It's really nice too because like if you're going fast, ammo can get very sparse in this game. So any ways you can get some extra ammo, get some refills, our runners will gladly take it.
Yeah, I mean, Prizzy's been making it look easy, so is Pikachu, but like a lot of these eggs are really finicky to hit, so you can waste a lot of ammo. This third stage, if I remember, yeah, so the power is now out in the island, and so your goal is to restore power to the island. So naturally, you're starting by going and picking up a bunch of eggs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's how I power my electricity at home.
Egg power.
Egg power, yep. Go to the store, get a nice large, the 18, not just a dozen and a half, and throw them straight into the, I don't know, basement, whatever.
Yeah, so Prizzy is up here. He's kind of hitting the power switches, so power's back on now. And the last step is a very long sequence of having to go and go to the correct computers in a computer room. They are all spread over this building, and you need to go to them in the correct order. So it'll be a couple minutes of just hopping around inside this next building.
Yeah, and it you could definitely write it down, memorize it, know what direction to go, but like if you do go in the wrong order, sometimes it isn't always obvious. So it might not be until halfway through the end that you're like, wait a minute, what was I doing wrong? Oh no, did I not like turn on the power? Or did I actually talk to a different computer? That's always a bit of a fear that one can have. But hopefully all our runners are prepared for it today, and we're good to go.
Trying to think of what we haven't. I don't think we've talked about the ammo yet. There's 4 different types of ammo. There's kind of your brown or brass colored ammo, which is your basic. Green is kind of the next step up. Blue is even more powerful. And then there's some bolas, which shoots like 3 shots in a rotating circle, which is really neat and really useful to hit multiple eggs at once. And then you can only have certain number of each one on screen. So I think like the basic one, you can have 3, and then the next 2, you can have 2 on screen. I think the bolas, you can only have 1 at one time. So you shoot and you got to wait for it to go away before you can shoot again.
Yeah, I think that is correct. But those are so fun to shoot though. Like they're just cool. They just go and just destroy everything in their way.
Yeah, they're really helpful in the speedrun to grab like multiple eggs at once for sure.
So we're going through and we're hitting up the computers in the proper order. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's like I think it's like 8765309, something like that. Not exactly sure.
Yeah, don't try to call that number.
Yeah.
No, the correct order is actually 24856-317. Of course.
Of course. Who wouldn't know that? Yeah, taking a look at let's see. Yeah, Overswarm being the nice person Overswarm is, also saving Tim right now from the Stampede. So well done,
guy.
Overswarm. What a guy. I think it looks like I want to call out too. 1UP is on indie right now. Looks like the middle bottom of that screen right there, going through that climbing section. Already stated that I love, so what a great stage.
I think Prizzy has found all of them but that last one, so I think he's just heading back to his last computer where they actually look in sync right here. Both Prizzy and Pikachu, but Prizzy is further along.
Yep.
The cycle, because you have to do a lot of backtracking in this room.
The game itself does have a good amount of backtracking. It makes it, when you first play through it, that is tough because you're just like, I don't really know which way to go. But
I think that block that Prizzy just passed, I think that is an instant death block. So
yeah, let's not
be careful about that one.
Yeah, let's not touch that.
So this last stage, if you're the raptors, that's their name. Raptors are like starting to breed, so they have all these nests inside these caves. So you are off to go collect all these eggs outside, go inside and pick up a bunch of dynamite, or I think they call it time bombs in the manual. And then you're gonna go pretty much blow up these raptor nests.
Yeah, this is like I remember this part of the movie, right? This was the part of the movie where they go and blow up the nests at Madison Square Garden, right? That's the same movie as this, I think. Matthew Broderick.
Yes, this is that exact same movie.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically you have to, in order to be able to collect the bombs, to drop them, yeah, we're still going around collecting the eggs, or destroying the eggs, because that's the same action.
Well, maybe you actually eat them, so that it is kind of destroying them regardless.
Okay. What, never mind.
Probably a good call.
Yeah.
So now that Prizzy's gotten all the eggs, he is coming in here, and boom, you got your dynamite. Oh, I did not mean to do that one either. But yeah, there are times where no, that was actually unintended. I apologize. There are runners who have forgotten to grab the dynamite, and then they try to go to the caves and blow it up, and what do you know? It doesn't actually set down the dynamite. So it's good that Prizzy went and grabbed it. It can be a big time loss.
Yeah. So yeah, this first cave, super short. There's only like 4 eggs to pick up. You drop the dynamite, and then yeah, you'll see the timer underneath where the ammo would normally be shown. Once it hits 0, that's a boom.
Yeah, you need to be out of the cave, or else you're in trouble. Except for the last one. The third one, for whatever reason, the level just ends when it reaches 0.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's one thing I don't know. I don't know if you technically lose a life or not, so I don't know if you have 0 if it affects it at all. But I think right now Percy's looking pretty safe and is just gonna hang around in the cave, or maybe just go run around for the fun of it.
He did just use a bola shot to hit all 3 eggs on the left there, which was really nicely done.
Very cool.
This one does actually take quite a while to get out. You do get a full 30 seconds, so it won't be an issue for Prizzy. But if you don't remember the path, you could have some trouble getting out in time.
Yeah, and those bigger raptors, they're always hiding behind the wall, and they just I guess the game is supposed to be a little bit scary, and it's definitely a little scary. So we're about to go. Prizzy's about to go into the last cave. Again, there's about, I think, 14 eggs. Same thing. We're gonna get rid of the eggs and then drop the time bomb. And that will be it for Jurassic Park when that happens. After the timer.
Yeah, it's a bit anticlimactic. You just gotta sit around and wait. Oh, that was a nice bola shot too.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's just got about 20 seconds to wait here, so he's just gonna sit around and
contemplate life.
Yep. Pika is just one room behind here. I think he's finishing up his second time bomb here.
That looks right. And that's a GG for Prissy right there. Good, clean, fun Jurassic Park.
On to Lolo 3. We do have Rayo in chat. Rayo is the current world record holder of this game.
And we have so we do have a bit longer of a break here, just to give our runners time to put in this password. The reason we got a password going in is we're actually going to be doing stage 6. So we're going to go to the overworld, and there's a specific stage that they're going to be trying to complete. And for anyone that hasn't played Lolo, it's a bunch of cool puzzles, and you try to complete the puzzle, different challenges, and if you screw up at all, you can just start the screen over again. And so we're gonna see. What's really important? We're gonna see if anyone's gonna pick Lala as a character for the swag strats. Let's see. Oh, Prissy, well done. Gonna be choosing Lala.
Yeah, I think in Ray's chat he was talking like, "Hey, Team Lala, let's go." But these Rockies, the kind of gray guys, gray square boxy dudes, they have kind of unique rules for them. If you're above or below them, they're gonna chase you as far as they can, and they'll push you along the way as well. And if you're to the left or right of them, if they're close enough to you, like 1 or 1.5 tiles away, they'll stop. And so you need to kind of manipulate those rules at various times to get them into the places that you'd like them to be. Because the Medusas, which are in this level of Prizia, the bottom left and the top right, if there isn't a box or a heart or a Rocky in the way, when you get either horizontal or vertical from them on the same row or column, you will die. They'll shoot you with arrows. And so it's important to manipulate your boxes and Rockies well.
Yeah, I think that's what's really, I think what I really enjoyed about this specific world is that there's a lot of enemies, like you said, the Medusa. If you do something wrong, they shoot you and kill your character. The Rockies, on the other hand, you can go hug them. It doesn't matter. They just want a hug. But what they can do is like kind of trap you and soft lock you. And so what's really interesting about these enemies is like you can actually screw up at times, and you don't necessarily lose the stage because of it. That just means, oh, maybe I need to improv a little and manipulate them in a different way once you kind of understand how they move, which you talked about just a minute ago. So I think that's a super fun aspect of these specific enemies, and that there are kind of some backups that you can kind of change your strat as you're doing the run.
Yeah, absolutely. And like sometimes like you'll see people, if they, like you're talking about, if you do mess up or like they'll just take a death and just start over. They're like, okay, I can't fix this. It's not worth trying. Let's move on. So Prizzy is on the 4th. There's 5 stages and then a boss stage. But I do want to look over to Pika real quick. I was going to talk about something in the last stage for Prizzy. He's going to do what's called enemy relocation. So he killed one of those Rockies. Now he's going to go here and stand still. And it's going to spawn it again at the bottom right to get in the way of the Medusa. I am not positive what causes them to respawn there. It's probably just a mechanic to, in case you killed them all, they'll respawn so you can actually finish the stage. But really neat use of the game mechanics to be able to respawn that to be safe to grab the heart.
Yeah, it is really interesting. I also agree where I 100% don't know what causes them to necessarily like choose where to spawn, because you'll see them like they may just like that one won't spawn there till you just walk down there. And then the final boss I straight up talked over is just you get right behind the big Rocky, the giant Rocky, and just do some teeth mashing.
Yeah, so normally that big Rocky will like charge at you and like not stop charging at you. But if you get just a little off center, so Prizzy just walked a tiny bit up, it doesn't really notice that it's on the same plane as you, so it'll just slowly walk away and you can just mash it down.
So let me ask real quick, because I'm not sure. Were you in? We're gonna bring it up. Were you in the Big 20 that had the battle kit in it, or no?
No, I did 7 and 8, I think.
Okay. So this is the one game in the list that's been in the Big 20 before, but it was in a different scenario. And so there's multiple versions of Battle Kid. And so shout outs to Civet Games. This is currently a game that you could go out and buy right now. It's a cool little ROM hack, and this is the newer version, which has some changes in the bosses, some changes in the stages, and like a cool little like story mode too. But we're gonna be going to get the first key, which is there's like a little mini boss, and then two main bosses, the piranha plant, and then the owl boss.
Yeah, just one quick correction. You did say ROM hack. It's a homebrew.
Sorry.
No, all good. Just want to make sure people know.
Yep. Absolutely. So we'll see. So Prissy, so what you see walk through like a save point, that fills your health. So the difference in this normal mode is that you do have 3 HP. So our runners are going to be kind of damage boosting through, like you'll see right now. Prissy is, took 2 damage on that mini boss, was able to stay alive, and then the next time can fill health back up by saving again. Yeah, there is a link in chat too if you want to give some support to a fellow NES lover, especially for letting us have this game as part of the list.
Yeah, super fun game. Absolutely worth the $10. And I guess we could talk difficulties. So there's 5 different difficulties in this game. There's easy, which you do double damage on easy compared to the other difficulties. Normal, you lose that double damage, so you do regular damage. Both of those have unlimited continues. You have passwords to restart, and as you can see, you can get hit. Well, you have 3 health, so you can get hit twice before you end up dying on the 3rd time. The other 3 difficulties all have 1-hit death and various levels of continues and no passwords. So I think on hard, it's 50 continues, maybe the next level is 20, and then unfair, you can't get hit the entire game. And so there are ways to make this incredibly difficult.
Yeah, like you said, you could basically depending on how you want to take your damage boost, you can just turn this into unfair mode, and you want to be really fast. The thing is we actually saw Prissy go out of their way to pick up a save point. Depending on how they're feeling, sometimes there might be some save points they're gonna skip, which could mean make a mistake. You're going back further than expected.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a consideration. Each save point's going to probably lose you 5 to 10 seconds, depending on how far off the path it is. Prissy will usually never get the one before this plant boss. The bosses are a little bit easier on this release versus kind of the original version. The pattern is just especially a little nicer for the speedrun, definitely.
Yeah, I will say that I've found, at least in this goal, the comparison between the two, the bosses are definitely a bit easier, I think. Well, the owl boss has a different laser pattern that we're going to be seeing coming up, so.
Yeah, the owl did get a little tougher, but on normal, when you can take hits, it's not really, doesn't really matter as long as they have health going into it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Prissy just picked up the high jump, which lets you jump just a bit higher, which makes sense. The beginning jump is quite low, so having that now is just going to make it a lot easier to traverse.
Yeah, it's just able, typical kind of game like this. A lot of exploring, and you can, there's spots where Prissy wouldn't have even been able to reach. Now you can. You got the high jump.
Yeah, and just like Mega Man, like being a very strong Mega Man, classic Mega Man runner, like this type of game is really up Prissy's alley.
Yeah, again, Prissy there was at 1 health, but knew a save point was coming up. Felt fairly comfortable. Was able to refill health. And I think the one thing that's really interesting that'll be coming up is I think we got some more like instant death situations with some spikes, and then like fans that can push you around the spikes and stuff too.
Yeah, I guess speaking of Mega Man, we are having some Yoku blocks here showing up.
True. And as we noticed, there was another save spot that Prissy skipped. 1 wrong move into the spikes, and we're going back pretty far.
Yep, so these fans, they take a little bit of time to ramp up, but they'll go from like not really affecting you to really shooting you across the screen, or stopping your movement altogether if you're running into the fans.
Slowly traversing across these blocks. Getting through. Getting a safe point on the way.
And almost every point of damage that our runners are taking at the top level, like these top runners, they are planning all of that out. They are thinking, okay, well, where can I take 2 hits to let myself save the most time? Like most of these are not like accidental damage. They're, well, I can take 2 shots before this next save spot.
That screen always scares me a bit with the fans pushing you to the left.
Yeah, I think it's a lot tougher to watch than to do it, because if you're running it, you can just hold right and you'll be safe. But watching it, you're like, no, don't go there.
Got some timing going on with the Yogi blocks.
Why is he shooting all the time? Because it's got good music, and he likes to shoot to the tune of the music. That's really all there is.
I mean, it's just the gamer reaction to do that.
Oh, and I want to call this out. We did add Lynn Carius to the bottom center. He is the world record holder for Jurassic Park, and so definitely pay attention there. Very, very talented runner.
Yes, very talented runner, and did actually get a new world record in the game. I don't know, I think within the past week or so, which is awesome. Awesome to see.
And in that amount of time, Prizzy has gotten to the Owl Boss and destroyed the Owl Boss, which is the end of this category. He just needs to go grab the key on the next screen.
And grabbing the key will move Prissy on to game number 18. And like I said before, what is a race without a racing game? So we have not RC Pro-Am, but RC Pro-Am 2. Very fun racing game. Glad this is in. And what you'll actually see is runners are allowed to use the name NES, which gives you a little bit of extra money to start your run and allows you to buy some items if you want. And
Yes,
so,
but for whatever reason, you cannot press start after that, or it'll change your name and you don't get the extra money. Not sure why they put that in.
Just want to make it tough on you. That's all. Earn your money. Earn your money. But yeah, so the goal for this is 80 points. And so when you win a race, you're going to get 10 points. I think if you come in second, it's 8, third is 6th. And so if you win 8 races, you'll get the 10 points for each and you'll get your 80 points after 8. There is a chance, though, that our runners don't always come in first place. And so after the 8th race is a tug-of-war bonus game. If you win that, you get 4 points. You lose that, you get 2. And so, if you only come in second place for 1 race or 2 races, you might be fine. Anything worse than that, though, you might have to keep playing some races and go to the next section of the game. So it's going to be really important to stay in front. We're going to watch our runners. They're going to hopefully always hit the boost. And as I saw in chat a little bit, too, the opponents cheat a little bit, especially like the blue car. I think the blue car cheats a little bit, and they're always catching up to you. A lot of rubber banding in this, like a Mario Kart sort of action.
Yeah, definitely is there. Yeah, in between races, you can purchase items. I think most of our runners are going to start with their initial money and buy the black motor. Then they'll buy, I think, the skinny tires. And then later on, they'll buy the next motor up to the silver motor. And so those are usually the main 3 purchases you're going to see. Unless you can buy nitros in between races as well. Unless you're going to need it to win your race, it actually doesn't save you time. But if you're going to get second and then you somehow use the nitros to get first instead, that would be really the only reason you would really benefit from buying the nitros. And with the rubber banding Apollo talked about, that's kind of rare. So you're not going to see many nitros bought.
Yeah, you will see nitros, but there's some specific tracks that have them kind of laid out on the course. And those are the ones you're going to, you want to make sure you pick them up. Your opponents don't get them unless they pick them up. And so you want to take as many of those. And if you actually like watch some of the practices for some of the runners, they're like in their mind being like, how many do I have? Oh, I have 5 now. I used one. I have 4. I picked one up. I have 5. Making sure they know, because again, that rubber banding, they want to make sure they stay ahead of their opponents throughout some of those tougher tracks.
And definitely save a nitro for the end.
Yes.
And that's a good call out, because it doesn't show you on the screen how many nitros you have. So you do need to keep track of it yourself, which is very difficult when you're picking them up throughout the entire race. Ooh, the bomber. The plane is really, really tough. Really tough.
Oh, that's that. Someone bribed that airplane to go right after Prissy. I'm looking at you, Overswarm. Someone bribed the bomber.
Wow, calling out OS.
Yeah, just a little bit. But yeah, that's an example of why that's a good scenario where if you have that nitro, for some of the times where the airplanes are there, if you can use it, you can actually stay ahead of where the airplane is dropping bombs.
And no, the net speed isn't the same, Sunfall. It's just that it takes you time to buy the nitro, and the additional time you save from using it doesn't really make up for that time you have to spend buying it. Overswarm making it through the plant boss. Looks like NES Cardinality is working his way through Lolo.
Yep.
We mentioned Lynn in Jurassic Park. Definitely keep watching that. And then, yeah, Let Create also making his way. He's on stage 4, the volcano stage of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, Let Create has definitely put a lot of practice, a lot of time into these runs. I watched practice a bit. Super Good Runner has a lot of really good times for these games. And Chrissy's on one of the longer tracks. Again, yeah, is using some nitro, trying to stay ahead. Picked out another one up there, using it to hop over the water, because the water does slow you down a little bit if you're in it, but is able to cross with that finish line and get another first place. So we got a 3-lap race coming up.
I think, is this 7?
I was trying to see, I believe it's 7. I believe Prissy has 60 points right now, so 6 first place finishes.
Okay, so as long as he gets first on these next 2, he will be done.
And go ahead.
I was going to say, I would expect most of our top runners to be able to get that 80 points in these 8 races. Like, all of them are expecting to get first.
Yeah, I would say that's true. I guess what's really nice is at least if there is a small mess up, like maybe you spin out an oil slick or something that you didn't expect to happen, the bonus game is pretty quick to finish. So while it's not fun to not get the 80 points immediately, it's not the biggest time loss in the race. But again, they're expecting to come in first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more just pride than anything. It's not have to play the bonus game or any other tracks.
I mean, it's the Tuggo truck. Everyone loves the Tuggo truck.
It can be a little confusing to even figure out what to do in it, though.
Yeah,
like a lot of our runners were like, I don't understand the directions, and well, but you just need to kind of alternate A and B, kind of like the old track and field game or some other games.
Yeah, so in the track Prissy's on right now, there's a lot of nitros on the ground. Prissy's fighting for these nitros, trying to run them over before enemies get them, and he's going through. Should we find those looking good? Just needs to know where the boost pads are.
This is one of those fun party games too. Like, this is one of those 4-player games. So if you've got a 4 score or something, and 3 friends, then give it a go. It's actually a pretty good time.
And I think that should be one more. Okay, so it was 50.
Okay,
this is. I was gonna say I was waiting for the plane because I know stage 8 has a plane, so we were off by 1 race. There we go. Yep. This is gonna be one where there's a ton of nitros. Prissy's gonna get as many as possible. And there's the plane. Use the nitro, stay ahead of the plane. That's the strat, and don't run out of nitros.
don't let anyone pass you. That's the strat.
Yeah, just win, right?
Just win.
Just win. Staying ahead. Staying ahead. Perfect.
Overswarm is just finishing up Battle Kid. He's on the Owl Boss. It looks like NES Cardinality is also onto Battle Kid now, but he is just towards the beginning, I think.
Yeah, that is fairly close to the beginning. Chrissy using some of those last nitros to get across the finish line, and that should be 80 points.
Yeah, so they are technically on this. They were on the same track. So Pika was just starting it as Prizzy was finishing.
Yeah, so it looks like I haven't noticed how many points. I think Pika's been in first place for all this, so this might be 80 points for Pikachu as well. But yeah, game number 19. We have Dragon Warrior 4 coming up, which is a cool little goal that's definitely had a lot of research and input into how to play it. And there's more than one strategy, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we had some experienced runners kind of helping at the beginning, being like, yep, you definitely want to get your characters to this certain level breakpoint and all this stuff. And the run that we're doing today looks nothing like what the experienced runners thought we'd be doing. But we started at the start of chapter 2, and so we skip all of the first chapter of the game, and you're essentially, Elena is in this castle. Her dad is like, I don't like you wanting to be an adventurer, you got to stay at home. And so she's got to go talk to a few different people, then go to her room, and she can kind of break out and escape. So that's what we are doing at the start of this here.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really interesting with this game, and we're going to talk about it more as the run goes through, is that there is a good amount of like RNG in here, and that the fact that both Prissy and Pikachu are now on Dragon Warrior, I can't tell you.
Also, he did pet the cat.
Pet the cat. Pet the cat, or you're disqualified. Calling it right now.
Sorry for interrupting. Just wanted to call that out.
Honestly, that's probably the most important part of the entire event, so I appreciate it. Prissy, well done. Pet the cat. But yeah, both of them being on the same game is really interesting because I can't tell you right now who's going to finish Dragon Warrior 4 first. No way to know.
I mean, I guess technically that's true. So, yeah, so we're about to enter a grind session. And so what we're going to be doing is getting a couple of our characters to, and two of the characters you had to go talk to in the castle, they've joined up with you. And so you are going to end up going into a grind. Most likely, what we're going to do is try to get 2 of our characters to level 3 and kill off the 3rd. And then you'll end up progressing through the game that way. When you level up, you get stat increases, and those are random. And so what they're going to be interested in looking at is Elena's health, number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And wanting to make sure that you get enough health from the 2 level ups. If you get really, really low rolls, they might end up playing it safe just to get level 4, waste a minute or 2 to get that, just to make the last boss against the, oh man, what's his name? The Chameleon...
Humanoid.
Chameleon Humanoid, thank you.
Yep.
Make that last fight a little more bearable and a little more consistent.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna interrupt you as well, Pikachu. Pet the cat. Important. Runners both are praying for that good
Awesome.
RNG by petting the cat, so well done. A big round of applause for our current first and second place runners. But yeah, as you mentioned, so the health that we're looking for after I would say I think there's about a 90% chance the health roll is something that someone like Prissy might feel okay with. It also might depend on how Prissy's grind goes and says, how far am I ahead right now? Am I paying attention? I know Prissy is someone that sometimes pays attention to some of the other runners. And so that could change whether they go for, you know, that extra level up as well. So that will be interesting to see as these fights go. And all these enemies that are popping up, they're all going to give a different amount of XP. There are drop chances for, you know, different items. We're going to be looking for some medical herbs to drop so that when Elena's taking hits in the final boss fight, they can heal them up a little while Elena is healing and parrying.
We did also purchase a lot of herbs in town, and so we do have a good amount that they'll be able to use on that last fight.
Absolutely.
So we do have a level up here. Let's see Elena's health. I didn't actually catch what that number was.
I don't know what Max is currently.
So that's a good point, or a good question, Brian. So +3, I believe +3 is okay. I think you just want to avoid kind of 1s and 2s, but like I've seen up to 6, and so you'd definitely be hoping for more than that. But at the beginning of the month, the thought was absolutely get Christo to, I think it's level 4, so he gets upper and can then cast that. But throughout the month, we've discovered that there are consistent strats that don't need to use that. And so it ends up upper for people who don't know, it'll make one of your persons or one of your party's defense go up. And so it makes the last fight a lot safer, but we've discovered you don't need to do that and still be consistently able to beat the chameleon humanoid.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how that, because I think, like you said, it started with, I think day one when people were doing runs, it was level 4, level 4, level 3, and the level 3, level 0, level 3, who could have thought that was going to be a thing?
Yeah, it's been actually a little wild watching this one progress.
Yeah, so we'll see. Prissy right here is going to go to sleep real quick, get a quick rest. I mean, it's been 2.5 hours. Prissy deserves a quick rest. So.
Yeah, and there is actually 2 reasons he's doing that. One is to kind of refill health and magic, but the other reason is there is a day-night cycle here, and a lot of the night fights can be undesirable ones for you, and so he wants to stay in that day cycle.
Yeah, that facing some enemies in that night cycle, it could be spooky, and there's chances you get some enemies that you can't really run away from either, or at least like a lower percentage to run away from, and that could just turn out real bad. But yeah, like I do want to call out, it's been now, we've had a lot, I want to say, about 60-65 runners have now been playing for about 2.5 hours. And it's awesome to see that, like, after 2.5 hours, that the race is still like this close, which is really awesome. The cat also came and wanted to say hi and almost kicked me out of our commentary.
It looks like, yep. So Elena is level 3 now. I think that's another 3 points of hit points. So it looks like Prizzy is going to be done with his grind. He feels good enough with Elena's HP, and so he's going to be talking to the mayor and the shaman here to essentially get put inside of a basket as a sacrifice for the chameleon humanoid. And that'll be the last boss fight.
Yeah, so here we go. This is the boss fight. Let's I guess let's see how it goes. There it goes in the basket. Nice trick. Don't litter the litter. And time to summon the chameleon humanoid. Yeah, so 22 health is a good amount right now. And so like we mentioned before, we're going to see a lot of Elena parrying to try not to take too much damage. And after they get to a certain amount of health, we're going to be seeing Prissy use some of those medical herbs to heal up a bit. We just hopefully Braid just does enough damage with some of these ice bolts.
Yeah, very rarely when Elena does have enough health. I think it's like 23 or more. She can fit in an attack sometimes, but ooh, it looks like maybe she only has 22. So yeah, he might be parrying the whole time until we get those down.
Yeah. I think it's looking okay so far. Trying to see how much damage each of these ice bolts are doing.
Yeah, it can be annoying. The chameleon humanoid can heal, can put your people to sleep, and so there are some things that you just need to. This is a very reactive fight. You just need to look at what's happening and kind of have a decision tree of, hey, if this happens, I'm going to do this. If this happens, I'm going to do this.
Yep. Yeah. So there's one of the enemies down. We got only the chameleon. Only the chameleon is left. Nothing can go wrong now. 4 HP, we're not worried. A little worried. I was a little worried. But back to full health. Took a big hit. Elena's got 15 health. We're still looking okay. Gonna heal one more time, I think. Yeah, down to 7. Back up to 22.
Nice.
Down goes the humanoid.
You get the life force nuts. Thank you for that. Annoyingly, we do need to wade through a bunch of level up screens here. So, even though the goal is over, got a little more time to wait before we swap games.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for the text boxes to close out, we can see how Pika does on this fight. I didn't get a chance to see what Elena's max health was on Pika's side. I'm sure we'll see in a second. 24. Okay, a little bit more health.
Okay, I think we should get to Friday the 13th. This hopefully won't take terribly long for our runners, so...
Yes. So here we go. Friday the 13th. This is race percent. This is the sprint. Game number 20. The sprint to end the big 20. So if everything goes well, this is going to go quick. The reason we have race percent is there's a lot of randomness in this game if you're just playing on normal cart, the normal ROM. What this race percent does is it sets your counselors in the right position, sets some items in the right position to be maniped, and sets up how Jason's going to react. And so right now we're going to see Prissy kill 3 zombies, and then you're going to collect this dagger, which also picks up the lighter. And so we have to manip a couple items on day 1 here. And so first we're going to see a note. Prissy's going to pick up this note. Then we're going to go into the woods, and we got to manip in the woods to go into another cabin to get another note. First, got to get the key for the cabin. Really good key spawn for Prissy there. Prissy's going to go into the cabin, up, down, up, to kind of make sure this note shows up, which says, fire will damage Jason the most. Okay, we need some fire. Where do we find some fire? Luckily, this is the race ROM, so we know that the fire's in a certain cabin. And so Prissy's able to get out of the woods right here, go into this first cabin, and min up a torch to appear on the ground. So now we have the weapons we need. Now it's time to fight Jason. And in order to defeat this game, we need to defeat Jason 3 times. A day 1 kill, a day 2 kill, a day 3 kill. And so right now, Prissy's going to manip Jason to come out of a house by switching counselors. And we're going to see how Prissy does this first fight. We want to do enough damage that Prissy can finish Jason off after 3 cycles. And so the torches are going to hit Jason. Prissy's only going to throw 7 torches because then a zombie won't appear to get in the way. We're going to throw another 7. Jason's going to run. Prissy needs to run very quickly or else you will lose Jason. You do not want to lose Jason. That's 3 cycles, and now it's time to get your end game character, Prissy. Strongest, very fast, and is going to quickly make good work of Jason right now, and then we move on to the important aspect, day 2. Jason is still there. And so day 2 is where things can go wrong. you want to go straight to the right, and we're going to see how Prissy kills Jason. Depending on where the death happens, changes how the next day is going to go. And so things to watch out for, you don't want to take contact damage, and you don't want to take too much damage. Because if Chrissy dies here, we might straight up see a reset. So we're going to follow Jason. We're going to see if Jason appears again. Yeah, Jason's going to appear again. This is a really good kill. So a 4 cycle on the road. And so now, day 2, probably the most scary part. Prissy has a really good chance to get through the sprint. And so where Jason's on the road, Prissy's going to go into the woods, chase him to the right, chase him to the right, chase him to the right. And if things go right and Prissy executes, we're going to have our winner of Big 20 number 18. But it all depends on this final Jason fight. This is it. I think you went for the extra hit there. Hopefully that doesn't make Jason run too far away. Looks like we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that's 9 hits. If Jason takes enough damage, Jason's going to stay on the screen, and this might be the final fight.
Nice.
Jason down. And as soon as this screen hit says end, we have a GG to Prissy, Big 20, number 18.
Looks like according to Race Time GG, an official time of 2:39:57. So just got the sub 240. GG, Prizzy.
Well done. That was, you know, you want to see the sprint to end it. That was really well executed by Prissy. It's watching that, it's hard to know how much can go wrong in what Prissy just did.
Yep, and let's make sure we're watching Pika too, because he is just behind him.
Yep, so Pika right now is on day 1. Same thing. We're trying to set up enough damage that we can swap over to Chrissy and then kind of do the same cycle. So we're gonna get Chrissy out, and Pikachu's hopefully gonna keep Chrissy for the rest of this run. And so this day 1 fight is probably gonna end pretty quickly, but again, let's watch day 2. Okay, so here's the first part. We're gonna chase Jason. Jason quickly comes back. Pikachu went right after Jason, avoiding the hugs, but still getting close enough to bring him back. So this would be a 3 cycle right now. It looks like this might be a 3 cycle, which is amazing because I think Pikachu like really practiced say 4 cycles. So getting a 3 cycle there is amazing. And so this is gonna change up the fight. It's gonna look a little different than what Prissy did. So we're going to go in the woods, but actually after we fight Jason, we're going to run to the left to kind of bait out Jason to come back. So let's see if Pikachu can finish off this day.
Какой еще? Я еще не добежал. Не добегай наперед.
I think that's 8 hits. Jason comes back.
Еще могу умереть сейчас на Джейсоне.
I think a little bit of extra damage there, but I think Pikachu did enough damage. Let's see.
Man! Я умер!
Oh, and
no.
down goes Chrissy. Yeah, that contact damage does so much. Okay, so Pikachu decided instead of swapping to another counselor, it's going to be faster. Pika's thought is, you know what? I'd rather just reset with the strats I know as opposed to trying on a really slow backup. But yeah, as we notice right now Pikachu still is in 2nd place, but Overswarm and Nessie they're catching up. So
Yep, I think though probably as part of his thoughts there, like if he knows Overswarm is still on the chameleon humanoid, like I think if he's more comfortable resetting, he knows well he has the time. He was enough ahead to where he could reset and redo this.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good call. I think either way, I mean, Pikachu's played enough and knows strengths and weaknesses of what probably is a better call on race day. I'm sure all of our runners have thought about if this scenario happens, then what am I going to do?
Yeah, absolutely. We do have Overswarm, as we mentioned, on the chameleon humanoid. And Grayskull and NES Cardinality are just a bit behind him. Grayskull's towards the beginning of Dragon Warrior, and NES Cardinality is just starting his grind.
I think Oh no, never mind. I was trying to look. It looks like yeah, Elena has a good amount of health for Overswarm, so probably seeming pretty healthy right now. Should be good on this boss fight.
Pika did take another death and chose to reset again. Like Friday the 13th is not a joke. This is like, it's really quick if you do it right, but there's a lot of chance for resets or deaths.
Yeah, I think this is just showing that like it's just an additional GG to Prissy that how well it went, because what Pikachu is showing is what can happen.
Yep, he'll stick with it though. He'll get it. Looking at the leaderboard, it looks like we have, if I can do my math right, maybe 9 people that are already on to Dragon Warrior, which is pretty darn good for this point in the race.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a lot of like, we're gonna have a lot of back to back finishes, which is gonna be really cool. It's gonna be every time someone finishes, the next person's gonna be right there. Okay, yeah, so yeah, Overswarm has gotten through these text boxes, and it's time for Friday the 13th. Can Overswarm catch Pikachu?
It's definitely one of those things that it is completely in Pika's control.
Yeah, this game is heavy, very heavy execution for sure. Okay, so here we go. Day 2, we go again.
Yep, definitely the most stressful part of the run.
Okay, I think that was 9 hits and 8 hits, so there's a chance a 3-cycle can occur here. Now we're gonna chase him. And Pikachu should be able to finish day 2 right here. So we got through day 2, but Pikachu did get through day 2 in the first run, and did die in day 3. So
real quick, we do have a tug of truck challenge. Oh no, Molly Man didn't need to do it. He didn't reset right away.
Baited. We were baited to the
We were
tug of
baited.
truck. Yeah.
Okay, back to Pika.
Yeah, back to Pika as Overswarm is on day 1. Here we go. This is going to be similar to Pika's Prissy's day 3, where we're going to chase Jason to the right. I think Pikachu's staying a little bit farther away from Jason this time. Just wants to make sure the kill happens. And there is a kill on Jason. And that is GG, game number 20, Big 20, number 18, second place for Pikachu.
GG Pika. Ooh, Overswarm is fighting Jason in the house.
What is going on?
Definitely not what he was hoping for.
Okay, Overswarm. Now, all eyes on Overswarm. Overswarm maybe did that on purpose, because we're going to watch a full Overswarm run right now. That's what's going to happen. So Overswarm starting over on day 1. Trying to looks like I think Nescard Natalie should be coming close on fighting the Chameleon soon as well. And it looks like so Grayskull is using a different strategy, which is I believe might be going for the 4-4-3.
Yeah, a lot of people in Dragon Warrior will still keep all 3 members alive if that's what they've practiced and are most comfortable with.
Yeah, definitely a game where you could definitely go different ways, and as long as I think that's what you said, it's comfort. I think comfort's really important in a game like Dragon Warrior.
It's key, and actually one thing that Pika said earlier this week. I want to say it was like Tuesday this week, Wednesday this week. Him and I think Prizzy and Overswarm were chatting in Prizzy's chat, and there was a new strat on something, and Pika's like, nope, can't do it. I'm too close to the race day, and like I need to have my like muscle memory to be good. And so it is really important to think about that too. Like as you practice something over and over and over, you get that muscle memory. If you try to implement new strats too late in the game, like on race day, your chances of messing that up are much, much higher.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not something I necessarily thought about. And with so many of these games changing so much, definitely something the runners had to think about. Okay, here we go for Overswarm. See how this fight goes. Chasing Jason down. Chasing Jason. I think some contact damage, but I think it should be okay. Whew, just one HP. No one's worried. No one's worried at all.
Ugh.
Okay, here we go. Day 3. Good luck, Overswarm. Okay, similar to the other fights, we're going to go into the woods. And we're going to bait out Jason here in the woods. Went to the left, bait him back. And notice as like all the top 3 fights are completely different. So there's a lot of learning that went on, a lot of either note-taking or memorization. So Overswarm doesn't have much health here. So yeah, okay, nice. Overswarm is swapping the torch over to another counselor, Mark, in order to make sure he doesn't die. And that's the kill on Jason. Well done. Good little safety strat to make sure you finish. GG, Overswarm.
I love being able to see the final times on that leaderboard on the right too. So you see him in with the 250-55.
Mm-hmm.
GG in third, Overswarm. It does look like NES Cardinality did just get through Dragon Warrior as well. So one thing I did want to mention, I find the fact that people thought this was automated is incredible for how well this has worked. But this leaderboard on the right is being manually updated by staff members behind the scenes. And so when you're like, oh, why is this thing a little off? That's because we are trying to track every single racer's splits to be able to tell what game they're on when they've finished each game. So big props to the people behind the scenes keeping track about this. It's just been amazing.
Yeah, it's a awesome addition to the stream for sure. Something that we'll we keep improving, keep iterating some new stuff. It's been pretty cool to see. So
yeah, it had a couple hiccups, but I think it worked way better. Like for a new piece of tech that's being tried out for the first time, this worked really well.
Yeah, it did work really well. I will say the first couple games, because they were so quick, were a little chaotic, but we figured it out. So yeah, I guess we can put our eyes on bottom left. NES Cardinality is on day 1 with some Friday the 13th. We're going to be manipulating those items again. Really good key pickup. So good start for NES C. And again, we're going to pick up that note that says Jason gets hurt from fire, which is interesting. But we got to go get the torch nonetheless. So we pick up the torch, and again, what's really cool about this game is just like, it's like one long boss fight. It's like
yeah, it is.
It's like a Shadow of the Colossus sort of thing, where like literally the game is a boss fight.
It's always like a terrifying guy who's trying to chase you all over the place, essentially.
Dude, this game is actually scary. Like I had this game as a kid, and like it's legitimately spooky. Well done. Like the music is spooky. There's like alarms going off. Jason comes out of nowhere. It's a actually scary game.
I suppose it's a little better with the race edition because you can know where he's going to be, but man, yeah, casual. This game was terrifying as a kid.
Yeah, I definitely never beat it before Race Percent. Okay, so we got day 2 for Nessie, taking some damage, chasing after Jason. Literally, if you wait just like a second too long, Jason will just escape and you won't be able to find him, and then there's like backups you have to do. I think right now, Jason's not going to be on the road.
Some of them are fairly like, I don't know, like the one where you need to kind of wait for him to kill all the children. Like that's a little dark.
It is a little dark.
Of a backup strat for a speed run.
Yep. But yeah, so Ness Cardinale did die with Chrissy on day 2. Decision made. I'm sure Nessie has a decision tree. We're gonna reset. We're gonna go back to again. We're gonna say the comfort, knowing that you can, if things go right, if I execute well, I know how to get through this way.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows just how difficult this game is. Like Pikachu died, Overswarm died, NES Cardinality died. Like our top runners are having troubles with this because it's just a brutally difficult game.
Everyone take notes. Fire will damage Jason the most.
We're going to see that a lot today. We do have a lot of runners, as you can see on Dragon Warrior. As well as another handful on RC Pro-Am too. This is playing out pretty close to what we figured. We figured there'd be a good 3, 4, 5 people finishing before everyone else, and then a couple really big groups. And it looks like there's a group of about 6 on Dragon Warrior, another group of about 6 on RC Pro-Am 2. So we could have, like you mentioned, a lot of finishers really quick in succession here soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see. It's very, very unpredictable in terms of like what that order is exactly gonna be. But definitely gonna be fun to see. Okay, so Nessie out of day 1. Let's go again. Immediately to the right. Let's see how many cycles it takes. Okay, so that's 8 hits. Another 8. Ooh, try to get that extra hit in. It should still be okay. I think Nessie moved quick enough. Okay, I think we're going to go for a roadkill here. Yeah. I like it. Nice. So we're going to day 3.
And Grayskull is just about to join NES Cardinality on Friday the 13th as well.
Let's go. I like to see it.
With the rare all 3 members alive. Nice job.
Okay, so we're going to see in this fight, this is going to continue chasing to the right and then down to the lake. Health situation looks okay. We got hopefully just one more fight. And there we go. That is Jason has been defeated. You have finally managed to defeat Jason. Boy, does that ring true today.
So it looks like that will be our 4th sub 3. I don't think Grayskull is going to quite tip in under that sub 3. I think that would be a world record if he did.
Let's do it. Good key. Good key. I really enjoy, I would say from like a staff perspective, this is probably the game, this and Indie were the 2 games I played the most during testing. This game's really fun. I'm glad we were able to get this in. I'm glad we expected it to be a spooky race game, and it really is.
Yeah, usually that last game is much longer, but this is a decent one to end on because you can have a lot of fireworks.
Yeah, so Psytown, just looking real quick, is on Chapter 2 boss as well. So going to be joining in on Friday the 13th super soon, hopefully. Okay. Day 1 down. Here we go. Health is a little spooky. Yeah. Grayskull deciding to reset. It's probably the right call, especially on day 2. So
Yeah.
you want to have that torch going into the rest of the fights. So that's now. So now that's another runner who has died to Jason during the run.
Yep. I think it's still Prizzy is the only one who's made it through. Psytown looks like he's doing okay on the Chameleon Humanoid. As long as he gets that heal, yep, should be good.
This is gonna be this run now is really interesting for Grayskull, just for the reason that with so many runners, getting close to the end of Dragon Warrior, especially Psytown and Mully Man, one more death in Friday the 13th could put Grayskull in a position where someone else passes. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what Jason's kill count is in this event. That would be interesting to hear.
A lot.
Yes.
That's the answer currently. That's where we're trending. And like these are our top runners who are having trouble with him. Oh no, Psytown, it looks like he did have to resurrect. It looked like he died on the humanoid. I didn't see what happened, but it looked like he had it under control. Maybe he ran out of herbs, couldn't heal anymore. Oh, it was an untimely sleep. Okay.
Oh man. Very dangerous. Like these last few games, like they're not free to get through, which makes it really interesting.
Oh, it does look like we didn't have Carter on the leaderboard. That was a miss on us, but Carter Freak did just finish in 5th place with a 302.42. So congrats, Carter Freak.
Yeah, GG.
And we will be doing some interviews if people want to jump on, but ultimately it's up to them. So if they want to come on and talk to us, they can. If not, I mean, they just got done with a few hours of very, very grueling, mentally demanding gameplay. So if they want a break, that's good too. Got a couple humanoid fights going here with Fire Broth and Let Create. We do have Braid down on Let Create side. Molly Man is starting his grind. Arcus is grinding.
Okay. We're looking... The health situation for Grayskull right now, looking pretty good. I'm feeling good about this day 2 fight right now.
If anyone is watching some of the competitors, if there's anybody that we don't have on the leaderboard that is getting close to finishing, feel free to ping one of us, either Apollo or myself, in Twitch chat, and we'll try to get them up. It's tough to keep track of everyone.
Okay, here we go. Good luck, Grayskull. We got day 3 fight. Chase him to the right. Chase him to the right. Okay, again, health situation looking pretty good. Grayskull might be able to get a 4 cycle here on Jason. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Nice. GG. Well done, Grayskull.
Nice, getting a low 306. It's a really good time.
Very good time. And yeah, it looks like so we got some Friday the 13th coming in now. Coming in hot. So it looks like yeah, both on day 1 right now.
Thanks for letting us know about Reeve. We're working on getting Reeve up as well. Oh man, 3 humanoid fights. We got 3 Friday the 13th fighting Jason. This is a good boss fight kind of section here. We got a bunch of them going right at once.
The big 20 bosses. And actually, Firebroth and Let Create are super close together right now too. It's really gonna depend on what cycle and like what direction Jason goes. Try and pay attention. I think Firebroth took contact damage, which could be super spooky.
I was going to say, I could think of something else that might differentiate them that had nothing to do with their cycle.
Yes. Okay. I think they're both going for a 4 cycle right now. On the road. I think Firebroth lost Jason, so hopefully in the woods, Jason can be found. But Let Create's going to day 3. Firebroth found Jason in the woods, took another contact. 1 HP is able to survive.
They both had 1 HP, I think.
Okay. Here we go. Their fights are going to be a little bit different. I think Firebroth killing Jason in the woods makes for it might make for a faster day 3, so this could be interesting. They're both in the second cycle. Fire Broth is going to chase to the left. Let Create chases to the right. Let Create going for a 4 cycle. Fire Broth maybe a 3 cycle.
Got
Get to a
him.
1 HP
Got
3
him.
cycle. Oh wow! And then Let Create with the 4 cycle. Oh gee, back to back. Jason's down.
Oh, with 1 HP in both the second and third days. Fire Broth
Holy cow.
finishes 5 seconds ahead of Let Create. That was an awesome finish. GG, both of you.
That was amazing. That was so fun. Okay, here we go. We're gonna have a massive amount of Friday 13th now. It looks like we got Arcus day 1.
Yep,
Holy Man day
Reeve
1.
just finished here, so GG to
Oh,
Reeve
man.
as well.
GG Reeve. Holy cow! So many Jasons going down.
Yeah, we got three of them on the screen dead. I like that.
They look
We-
so sad.
I think that was a couple no resets in there, so we're starting to get the turn the tide on Jason.
Yeah, some aggression to the meme.
I think
Okay, I
we
guess-
are going to get our first interviewee in here. This is our 4th place finisher. So welcome, NES Cardinality. How are you doing?
Fantastic. How are you guys doing? I'm sure it's a big party up in there. Lots of Friday the 13th for you guys to juggle.
Oh, it's been so much fun. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of people have been having troubles with Jason. I think out of our top 5 or 6 finishers that we saw, I think Prizzy's the only one that didn't take a death.
Chrissy is a matter of invincible. Not just, to own the leaderboards, the fastest runs, the most top times, and everything, but just the consistency in races. I've tried to catch as many as I can, and it's just stunning. He just keeps getting faster and faster. He just keeps shamming off as he goes. It's been amazing to watch, and I've learned so much just from observing his runs.
Well, that's awesome to hear. So, speaking of your run, how do you feel it went? Where were the highs and lows of it?
Friday the 13th. That was a little bit of nerves. Like my hand was shaking and I hit the A button and jumped, and all of a sudden I'm in the air. I can't hit Jason. But other than that, everything felt really, really solid. Especially the beginning stretch was awesome. Battletoads and Double Dragon was a weak game for me. There were some things people were doing that I didn't learn how they were doing them, and when I tried, it just wouldn't work out. So I just decided to do what I could and roll with it. But yeah, Young Indie was the game I feared the most, and it became just the most pleasant. We had a disaster in Neketsu, but it didn't cost much time. And everything else was fairly solid. Just I think a boss death in Mega Man 4, I think that's like 30 seconds. Not too big a deal.
That's
You wanna-
awesome, and I think. Oh, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to call out 1UP did just finish in 10th place, so congrats 1UP as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, I guess talking about like some of those games where you felt like maybe it was a little spooky. Are there some of those that are there any of these games? Are you gonna keep on playing, or are you gonna move on to some other projects?
There are, well, there's at least one. I want to speedrun Cowboy Kid for sure.
Okay.
About a week or two in, I had the fastest time by about 10 seconds, and that was really inspiring. I want to learn the whole game. Did a similar thing last year. This was beat half the game, and when we played Adventure Island 3, we beat half the game. I was inspired last year to do that one. Got the world record on that one. So yeah, Cowboy Kid is at the top of the list. Other than that, I think we'll probably be moving on, but Cowboy Kid definitely the next project.
Listen, I like it. It's a fun Cowboy Kid's a fun game, so I will be watching that.
It's always nice to at least take, if there's one game that hits your fancy. Like obviously it's going to be a tough ask to like pick a bunch of these and learn them, but yeah, having one that you had a lot of fun with and want to get better is good. How How about I want to get your thought or your kind of game plan, because you were one of the few people that were like, I am not putting my times on the time spreadsheet. Is there any strategy behind that, or what was your thinking with that?
No, it's literally the opposite. I don't mean to give anyone the wrong intention, but honestly, my focus is on speedrunning the games, and putting up a time feels like a distraction, especially when like, if I get a time, what I'm gonna do next is try and improve it. There's never an end point, and I just felt like, if I were to focus on posting things, that I would be distracted from that goal of trying to improve those times instead. And that's sort of been the way I look at it each year. But honestly, I had so much fun watching everyone else this year that I think in the next Big 20, I'm just going to start posting the times and moving along with everyone. It really does seem fun. And I had more than enough time. We had a week less this year, and I was never worried about it, not even from the start. I felt like 4 weeks is the right amount of time.
That's really good feedback. Like, I know we always send out a survey after, so definitely say that, because it's always one of those considerations is how long is the right amount of time to make these.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think you can go any shorter, but I don't think there's any need for more than 4 weeks. And of course, you'll get more feedback from other people, but that's definitely my take.
Well, is there anything else you want to say to your fans or everyone watching? I know I've always loved watching you speedrun, so seeing you racing really well in these is always enjoyable to me personally.
I told everyone in my channel to just let me know what's going on with other people. I didn't really want to check myself. I'm really thankful it like charged me on. If I hadn't died on Friday the 13th, I think this would have been the fastest full time that I had done. I told everyone, there were 7 days I didn't play any games at all for reasons. So I wanted to get sub 3 and I wanted to get 4th place, and I did both of those things, and I'm just absolutely thrilled. So thank you all so much for all your support. And the other thing I really want to say is everything I've learned from observing, Prissy and Pikachu and Overswarm, it took this thing to another level. I felt like I was very consistent, and that's always been my focus, avoiding unsafe strats. But these 3 people, they do the opposite. They find out what's optimal, and they make it safe.
Yes, they do.
That's going to be my goal in the next Big 20. So hopefully we can implement a huge change.
No, I love that. I mean, even, like you talk about a little bit about like the camaraderie and being able to learn from each other. I mean, I think that's just one of the things that makes this event really, really magical.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for everything you did, by the way. It's such a treat for everyone. I mean, just before it started, everyone was getting goosebumps. It's such an awesome event, and you guys have kept it alive. We're all really grateful to you guys, so thank you.
No, thank you. And congrats again on 4th. Have a good rest of your day, NESC.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you, Nest Cardinality. So we're going to be bringing in Pikachu into the call, but real quick, want to call out, not sure if we did Arceus in 11th with a 312, Bright Shadow with a 315, Linkarius finished 13th with a 316, and then Game Overture 14th with a 316. So awesome job to them. But as we say that, I'm going to bring in Pikachu. Pikachu, how are you? How you feeling?
Yo, Paul. Hi, guys. Oh, man, I'm feeling a little bit sad, I should say. Only not because I take 2nd place, only because I did 13. It's the first time this disaster happened with me. I just had to do the cycles on day 2 and on day 3. But I almost PB, so it's okay. Never bad to try, I guess. Oh... So I have to ask how close this has been between me and AC. I just have to watch it.
It was pretty close. I want to say Prizzy did pull ahead a little bit at the end, and so I want to say it was around a minute for a lot of those like games 11 through 20ish, like in the back half. It was hovering around a minute. There were times that you were even closer, but yeah, it was in that like 1 minute range usually, I think.
Yeah, I think better first half, like to Ampert. In I'm starting losing time. Like I did its cycle, he did 2.5, and then my battle tots and double dragon was something. I lost 20 seconds of my average time, so it's another thing. Willy PD was same. Bubble was fine. Okay, my first half was super bad. I immediately died in life force somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah.
I just think, oh no, I should said that again, and it's cost me only 1 minute. It could cost me even more than 1 minute, I guess, if not a set. It's like good choice, I guess, this time.
Yeah, I remember like the game race started at like 12:05, and then at like 12:08 or something in chat, you're like, died in life force smiley face in the race chat.
It's why I say about this, because it's game, it's easy, it's no joke, it's easy game, but I also almost doubled points on boss. I did all my setup, but it's not works for some reason. I don't know why, I don't know how it works. I did everything, it's not working. Also, I'm pretty happy with my Mega Man. I think PC Mega Man for sure is better, but I just lost 30 seconds from him, right? And starting from Mega Man, I am starting to lose time from him on every game. His second half was insane, I think. I mean, my second half was clean with stuff I do. I'm pretty happy with this. If not count, I did 13 for sure. So PC did great work. I think he deserves this win for sure.
Yeah, I want to say you two were nearly identical going into Mega Man. So like you were pretty much neck and neck up to that point, and then he slowly got a little bit of a lead from there.
Yeah, but Mega Man, you know, PC is pretty good.
Yes, obviously.
But it's not only Mega Man. He's pretty good in other games too, just because he's insane player. I think. Like Faxano, he did 8 seconds, 8 seconds and faster than me. It's insane, and I guess 7:45. It's insane time for Faxano, in my opinion. And yeah, all that stuff. At least not a lot disasters happens. Just stuff like the before, and yourself, I think, Mike, and did something. Every fine was bad and to run, and yeah, it's cost me 1.5 minutes. My best, but other stuff was fine. And I should say thank you so much. This list, I pretty like this list. I think this one is my favorite so far now, and I think you're gonna say the same.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. I know the committee spends I'm not part of the game committee, but they spend a ton of time trying to get the best list for everyone, trying to pick the best objectives or goals. And so, I mean, I've heard that a lot from people that they really, really like this list, and they felt it was a really good blend of fun games, hard games, like just a good mix. And so, thank you.
I think that was insane mix. Some cool games, some easy games, some I should say this edge games, because like Millipede. I think you saw this game is something, and yeah, and the Pizza Pop is not easy, but it looks easy, but it's not. You can easily lose 1 minute, and it makes game is not easy. I guess I almost died once, so.
And here you're talking to the world record holder of Pizza Pop.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Apollo. How are you doing? Do you wanna end this game again?
Yeah. No, it's a fun game. It's a fun game.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, but it's not fun for Indian, I think.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Okay, I should really say you guys thank you. It worked with this list. I'm pretty happy, and yeah, I hope in next one I'm gonna spend a little bit more time to beat PC and the Spawn, because I should take first place again. I guess I'm not sure if I can in next one, but yeah, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, you should go get him. Okay, well,
you should join. You should join this way. Yeah.
You know, sometime I might at some point again, but it's been a long time. I haven't speedrun anything in like 4 years.
Yeah, I know, but it's only what I can say. I just want to see you again. You're a pretty good player.
I'll see what I can do. Pikachu.
Okay, see you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you,
GG, Pika.
Thank you. Goodbye, guys.
So, we've got our winner of Big 2018. Prizzy, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. Had some fumbles, guys. For real, like 2 fumbles in Super Bowl. I was like 5 minutes behind everyone. I was like, okay, back it up. It's over. But after that, at a 2-minute millipede was also. Then it got way better. And
Yeah, I was gonna say after you got through those first 3 games, like you were on a roll and never looked back.
yeah. Starting with Bowl, that was really good. Aside from 1 death, say 4x, so like 8 seconds behind my PB. Yeah, and then after that, I was just cruising. Actually, it was doing really well.
Yeah, you definitely you were like super consistent like all the way through, and like I don't know if you noticed or not, like I think it took like 7 more finishers to not like die to Jason, so that was also really impressive. I had a quick question because I think there's something to be said about like how you practice and like efficiency and learning the strats, learning the games, but it seemed like you did more practice races or full runs than probably in a normal practice period. Like, what did you think that helped you? Was it just more fun? Did it keep you fresh? Like, how do you think now looking back at it? Like, what do you think about all those practice runs?
So 4 weeks, right? We got 4 weeks in this one.
Yep.
At the end, I didn't even know what to practice. I was like clueless. Okay, what should I play now? Except for maybe Tetris and Super Bowl. I didn't know what to do, and even though even Super Bowl it's just RNG. I think I just wanted to have fun here as well. I wanted to do well, but efficiency in this case, in this Big 20 was not that important to me. I think going for efficiency is good if you don't have that much time. I spent a lot of time. I had a lot of time. I did even like blind playthroughs of Bobo and some other things. I just just trying to play the games, having fun, but also trying to optimize everything, try to learn everything, not as fast as possible, because in the last couple of Big 20s, I didn't even spend half the amount, like in this one. But I was way more efficient. I was like trying to, okay, this strat is good, this strat is not good. Can we make this work? We want to go fast, but like, is this reasonable? And then go to the next game, learn the next game, like, boom, boom, boom. Don't, This time I didn't even like. I had a vote for people to choose what game I'm learning. So they chose like whatever they wanted to see. If I had the chance, I would have, had a way different order. But I think it was just more fun for me this way, doing all these practice races with Pika and everyone. Just more fun like that. But not really the best way. But yeah.
I mean, it was fun. It was almost anytime I was awake, I could find you streaming this month, and so it was good to just be able to come in and lurk a bit. So you did have, I think, is this your 4th win?
Yep.
Okay, but it's your first one since back in like 11, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's been I mean, for you, a big jar. Obviously, anyone winning one of these is really impressive. But like, how does it feel winning one for the first time in like 4.5 years?
Great. I thought I didn't have it in me anymore. Honestly, I was like, man, can I actually still do this? Because after the 3 wins, and I lost the 14th one against Squirch, I was like, yeah, I mean, he definitely deserves it because he played really well. Everybody thought I would win, and then he beat me by like 7 minutes. But it was fine, and then 15 came around, and that one was just very competitive. And then 17 came around, that one was really competitive, and I was like first place into Zelda last game. And I was just very happy about my 3rd place. And then this came around, and I was like, can I actually do this? It's been a while. are you getting older? Like, what's up? Can you actually win a big 20 again? I was kind of like in my head, and I thought that kind of pushed me, motivated me to stream out and a lot. And
Yeah, I mean, you like I don't want to use domination because like Pika and others were pretty close, but like you did as close to like you had one of the more dominant wins I think from practice for how many first places you had for each game in your sum of best. Like it was just a really successful month for you. So GG's.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate all the support as well. There were a lot of people manufacturing these runs for me. I didn't even have to like look up tutorials and stuff. There were so many. This is like the first Big 20 where I had so many world record holders. You talk about Bogle and Fexanadu, Raceland, been in my chat helping me with Dragon Warrior, figuring out the routes and everything. You see Seria for the Neketsu helping me out quite a lot. I'm forgetting a lot of people, but like so many people coming into my chat, coming to my stream, helping me out. Okay, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. Helped out a lot. So I just really want to take this time to thank you guys so much. You guys know who I'm talking about because you were here in my stream the last couple of weeks. So yeah, Rayu and Lolo3 as well, and so many people. So thank you guys so much for that. Ness Cardinality as well, man. He was helping me with Dragon Warrior quite a bit as well. So,
yeah, a lot of you shopped the heck out of that game. You were in the shop figuring out all the strats.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, congrats again, Prizzy. Congrats on your fourth win. This one was, I think, by almost 8 minutes. And so, yeah, I mean, congrats. I hope you have a good, relaxing rest of your Saturday.
Thank you. I think Pika was actually very close to me. It was probably just Friday the 13th, right? I didn't see the race.
It was. Yeah, he had a couple resets on it.
Yeah, he just went YOLO. He told me he was going YOLO on day 2, trying to get the 3-second diet. Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys so much for organizing this. It's been a pleasure. This is one of my favorite lists, I would like to say. The only game that I don't like on this list is Life Force because it's just an autoscorer, nothing's happening. And Super Bowl has its, it's, what do you say? Like it's
charm.
Oh, it's charm. Yeah, charm. So this was a fantastic list. Really love the work that I put into this list, and I'm very looking forward to the next one. Hopefully, see what happens. Fall.
Awesome. Well, congrats, Prizzy, and have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
We are gonna play a little audible here. We have a bit of a restreamer emergency, so we're only gonna have a few more minutes of stream. And we have a few more interviews left. We have Overswarm, Firebroth, Let Create, Packy. So I think what we're going to honestly try to do, we're going to bring everyone in here. We can go ahead and let them kind of give some shout outs, give their feelings, and then we're gonna finish up the stream. And so Firebroth, Let Create, Packy, OS, welcome to the interview. If you missed what I just said, we are going to be wrapping up stream soon, so we're kind of bringing y'all in here. So why don't we start with OS? Like, how do you feel the race went? What are your thoughts?
It went pretty well. In the back of my head, I was thinking we did a really good job on this list. I was kind of worried because some of the games that we thought were going to be scary on race day weren't feeling scary in practice races. That changed real fast. Friday the 13th on the actual race day. Real scary at the end for everybody. I caught a diagonal and met Jason in the house. It was a actual jump scare in Friday the 13th.
We saw that. We saw that fight. We're like, what is going on OS's screen right now?
I pressed down, so when I am playing Mega Man, I hold down to do slides, and then I hold right, and I push against my D-pad, and it's a really bad habit, but it destroys controllers, and it started meaning my controller was catching diagonals. And so I was having to be very precise in Mega Man 4 and Cowboy Kid. I never had any problems with Friday the 13th. Didn't think about it. Just kind of sloppily pressed down, and it gave me a right input. and then Jason's there. It's like, oh no, it cost a minute and a half.
Yeah, it definitely looked weird. We were curious what had happened, so thanks for
I'm
explaining.
gonna go back and screenshot my face. I want to see what it looked like.
How about Firebroth? How do you feel about today?
Oh, super happy with how it went. Happy and relieved that I didn't die on Jason today.
Not everyone can say that. So, and yet, I think you had 1 HP on both day 2 and day 3 when you killed Jason. So
Yeah, it was still pretty sketchy, but we got out of there. Oh yeah, he was wrecking me on my last 2 full runs, ruined 2 PBs. So I was a little worried, but we grinded it out and made sure to put him in his place.
Yep. And then Let Create. What about you? Are there any specific game went better than you thought? Specific game that went worse than you thought? How'd you feel about now that you've done all 20 today?
Yeah, so I mean, if 4 games were really slow, I did a shit ton in Life Force, which I was not expecting. Tetris 2 got a really slow round 5. Bits of up, I died on the final boss. But then it just kind of picked up from there. Kind of really tragic thing happened on Rampart, where they got like 1 single point away from a 2.5 round clear of round 2. So, but yeah, like most of the games went surprisingly well for me. I mean, there were a few sketchy segments, but this is not my first time dabbling in the big 20. It's actually my third, but it's my first time actually getting times in all the 20 games, and then actually participated on the race. And I'm super happy with how I did, considering it's like my very first big 20 race. So yeah, I mean, got the death for me in Bubble. Cowboy Kid, I was like 3 seconds from my PB, and Jurassic Park got scary at the end because I knew I was very close to getting the game over, so I had to play it really safe on like the final game. And there's not much else to say. Well, but not much else I can say without making the stream too long. So yeah, super happy with how I did. Oh, and I accidentally paused the timer to the sound of the break for 10 seconds, so that kind of threw the time out of whack.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you put in a lot of time and definitely a lot of input for all the games. So it was good to see that you had some games that went well. There's always something that's going to happen, and I guess Packy, you've been in some big 20s. I know you're a bit of a veteran. How did you feel after now that you're done, after you've completed our official race today?
Honestly, nailing Friday the 13th was pure catharsis because Jurassic Park was an absolute disaster fire for me. I took multiple deaths at the T-Rex, and then I had the worst possible death that you could take, which was at the end of the volcano stage with the timer about hitting 0. I triggered a game over, and I had to start the stage over. Oof. Yeah, that was a giant oof.
That is rough. But I guess, like, I don't know, that's the thing with a big race like this. There's 3 hours of playing these games, and like you never know what's going to happen on the actual race day. There was a lot of differences, a lot of some RNG, some dangerous spots in here for sure. But yeah, no, I'm glad you felt pretty good, and yeah, beating Friday the 13th fairly cleanly. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, I made extra sure I nailed that one.
Okay, well, I think we are at that time. So Firebroth, Let Create, Packy, thank you so much. I am going to pass it over to Overswarm to kind of close us up. So congrats, everyone, and I hope everyone has a good rest of their Saturday.
So this list was very experimental. We had a very deliberate approach to it on how we created it, how we created the goals, what was going to be in it. And there was lots of stuff that was different. It was shorter. We had a shorter time period. And we were confident it was going to be good, but we were a little worried about how it was all going to go. But it all worked out very well. and the community worked together, and a lot of stuff was done. Like there were like 5 or 6 world records. There were new strategies found for all these games, and like no one was hiding these like minute-long time saves we were discovering in games. Everybody's sharing them, pushing it forward. Everyone's putting their times on the time tracker so you can see where your competition is. Like it was a very like honest and open competition. There were tons of practice races that Prissy especially was kind of leading those, and he even stayed up till 5 a.m. to race against the East Coast players.
Oh man, that was bad. Bad idea.
Yeah, and he just couldn't let me win one practice race. He was like, "Well, if Overstorm's joining, I have to join." So it looks like we're gonna have to end, and we're trying to figure out how to continue the interviews right now. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's good. Yeah. I'm gonna add a web source right now. So go ahead and raid my channel when you're ready. I don't have the stuff at the moment. If you can send it to me. Also, they can hear me, but not Lack. I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to Lack.
He's definitely talking to himself.
Yeah, so just give us 1 sec. We're gonna try to raid Overswarm so he can continue the stream, and then we can interview a little more from there.
Ooh, party at OS's.
Let's go. Also, while we're figuring this out, I do want to call out because there's been a few more finishers. Chill Runs, Packy, St. Joe, Psytown, Zendo Kaban, Damian Neville, Lord of Lionel, Mollyman, Christine, Baender, Cole, Angel Undead, Kim Forth, Turinin, Coconut ED, Boggle Dowdy, and Hero 82 as we were doing these interviews. So that was crazy. So many finishers, so many runners.
Yeah, we've already got 31 finishers.
That's wild.
If you can go live, Apollo, then I can just sit there, and you don't even have to watch too much other than like just the streams.
Yeah. Again, I'm also not talking to myself for people listening.
Yeah. Just did.
Okay, yeah. As we saw in the chat, just so everyone knows, there's going to be a quick quick restream swap. We're gonna try and do some more, check out some more finishers, and we'll talk a little more. But see you in just a second.